us? Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however many times you're going to do it. I don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, on this little old channel we like to call Legal Vices, because that's how clever I am. But we are just about 11 minutes away from starting day 3 of the 9-day investigation into the loss of the Titan Submersible. The investigation is being conducted by the U.S. Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation. There is also members of the National Transportation Safety Board present asking questions, as well as 3 lawyers from OceanGate. And today we're going to be hearing from a witness, Ms. Rojas, who was a mission specialist. We get to hear more about what a mission specialist is. It's sort of like a really expensive paid passenger, it sounds like. But I think she's going to tell us what it actually is and what the mission specialists do. Because we don't seem to know exactly what it is they do. A lot of speculation that it's just a nice way of getting around the certain requirements for structural safety and engineering and whatnot that's going on if you have passengers on board as opposed to crew. So I have to send a note to Rumble because for some reason Rumble is having trouble streaming to my destination. Rumble, you suck. Rumble is having trouble connecting. Come hang out on YouTube. There we go. Try creating a new stream. I don't think so. Lame. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens later. If it resolves itself, it resolves itself. If it doesn't, who knows? It's not my problem. It's their problem. All right. Anyway, let's forget about Rumble. There, we don't need to pay attention to them anyway. Just kidding, Rumble people. All right. So we'll be starting day 3 here in just a minute. Before we do, we've got a little bit of housekeeping to take care of. So if you don't want to see the housekeeping, skip ahead about 9 minutes. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting here fellowshipping and philosophizing, waiting for people to show up, waiting for the stream to populate. We currently got 163 people here and 76 likes. So it's almost exactly half of you haven't done your job. Get down there and smash that like button while we wait. Okay, as a quick refresher, some of the basic things that have been discussed so far. In day 1, we had the former director of engineering talk. Mr. Nissen, he didn't like, he liked the first week of his job. Then he didn't like it so much after that. Then he started having a falling out with Stockton Rush. He wanted to object. He wanted to say things, but he always got reprimanded and always got put down. So I guess he just stopped. He stuck around. He didn't go anywhere. He told a little bit about how the mission was handled and what he did and how the things were put together. Then we had a financial lady who we just couldn't play because her audio sucked so horrifically bad. And then we spent the day with our second, with the third witness. The second witness we were able to do. Nope, there was another guy in the middle of there, wasn't there? Hell. There was another witness and I can't remember a single thing he said. That's how engaging he was. What are the I can't remember a single. Yeah, Tim. It was Tim with a Y. Tim. It was Tim Catterson. He was just a general contractor, and I can't remember a single thing he said. So that's how, and he didn't testify for that long. But the king of witnesses so far has been David Lockridge, who is the former OceanGate operations director. Dude threw Stockton Rush under every conceivable bus you could. He told horror stories about how the previous model, the prototype, was put together, how the Titan was put together and operated. The fact that they brought in a submersible that was fully inspected, fully classed by a reputable classification society, and how they just started ripping stuff out and lost the class certification. Oh, that's right. Tim operated the launch and recovery platform vessel. Thanks, Thomas. That's what he did. Yeah, and he talked about how it went bump a few times. And he was flailed madly with his hands, and he was concerned. So, but the star of the show so far has been David Lockridge. We learned so much from him. Number one, the OSHA's witness protection system. I got something in my eye, damn it. OSHA's whistleblower protection system kind of sucks, apparently. They're backlogged and they don't really seem to care. And I was texting a friend who may be a special guest at some point next week. I just mentioned a few things we learned during day 2. The prototype model had visible gaps in the 5-inch thick carbon fiber. You could see light through it, and the gaps were filled in with carbon fiber. I mean, the carbon fiber gaps were filled in with truck bed liner. The exact quote was, how they mitigated all those holes was they got this company from Everett, Washington. They took the hull out to the car park at the back of the marina, and they sprayed it with truck bed liner, which I have never seen or heard of in any subsea application in my life. So basically, in the back of your F-150 or your Ram truck, the hearty material that you stand on to stop it from getting rusty and scratched, that's what OceanGate engineering team decided to do to stop water getting in through these holes. He mentioned that the ballast tanks were some random airtight Coast Guard bags that had a shop vac hose glued to it. The floor of the Titan was essentially the same material as like the plastic cutting boards are made out of. So it had essentially like a giant cutting board for a floor, which he pointed out that when he tested released toxic gas. They bought it from Home Depot in bulk and installed this toxic gas producing floor. The high pressure air tanks, they were stored directly against unprotected, unsheathed sparky batteries. Like literally, they didn't have any wrapping on the wires or any cover on the battery itself. It was just they had the high pressure oxygen tanks right next to the battery and the battery cables. They also stored the submersible in a random parking lot uncovered for 7 months. Then they had the disastrous journey to the wreck of the Andrea Doria on a different submersible, which our witness yesterday, Mr. Lockridge, was on. He was the one that was trained. He was the one that was supposed to be taking the passengers down to the wreck of the Andrea Doria off Nova Scotia. Well, I guess as they got close to the wreck of the Andrea Doria, Stockton Rush wanted to pilot it home, and he insisted that he pilot. And all he succeeded in doing was going down so fast and so hard that he dug the front skids of the submersible under this old shipwreck to the point where they got stuck, and then he panicked and he's like, do we have life support? How long is it going to take for a rescue vehicle to get here? We're stuck. Meanwhile, the expert, Mr. Lockridge, is saying, give me the controls. Oh, and by the way, the control was a PS2, a PlayStation 2 controller. He's like, give me the controller, I'll get us out of here. He's like, we're right, we're doing it. And he was jerking around with the controls to the point where he drove the submersible further into the bow of the Andrea Doria wreck. And they essentially, two adults, had a fight over a PlayStation 2 remote control. And the fight ended with Stockton Rush, the owner of OceanGate, hurling the PlayStation 2 remote control at Mr. Lockridge's head and bouncing it off his dome. And ever since that time, he'd been excluded. Mr. Lockridge had been excluded from operations. They got a big lawsuit later with OceanGate threatening to have him deported, threatened to have him arrested for theft and illegal release of confidential documents and materials and all this back and forth. And finally, he just threw in the towel and walked away. Great witness. So far, he's been the hero of the show. And that pretty much takes us up today. We're just a few minutes away, so I want to make sure that we get some, because oh my God, we've got stuff happening already back here. Holy cow! Starting us off with Carolina Lucas Paiva. Thank you so much for being the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you very much for that. That's fantastic. I hope you stick around. Sonny or Chris? Oh my God! Well, that answered that question. You get a foghorn for that one, brother. Woo. We yesterday marked day 17 of the emotional support potato pig dog cam being activated, and I was wondering if we're going to make day 18, but Sonny or Chris just single-handedly guaranteed that we have already, before we even start, reached that part of the show that we like to call Release the Hose. And here is our, there we go. That's Strawberry will be our first host of the day. What's up, Straubs? She will be our first host for the day. And if you got one of those 20 gifted memberships, make sure you give Sonny or Chris a super special thanks. That is so crazy and freaky generous of you. It's amazing. And coming back for more, one of our new members, the Floofy Cat. We have a repeat person here, people. That must mean we're doing something right. The Floofy Overlord has a sinking feeling. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's going to the like and subscribe poll. We'll get to it in just a second. Thank you for the £2. And Soul on the Lich with the ARS 50 Titan sub rating. My mom says I'm awesome. Rip to the passengers. Oh, yeah. Well, that was also the other thing. Stockton Rush was a qualified pilot of the Titan Submersible because he said he was. Benjamin Lewis with $2. Coverage has been great. Engineer approved physics. Well, thank you very, very much. Wow, that's already got us off on the right foot. We've already unleashed Doggo Cam. We're good to go. We're waiting for let's bring up the Coast Guard video here so that you can see what we're waiting for, because we are officially past time to begin, which is so un-Coast Guard like. Let's see. Let's present this screen. Is that the one we want? That's the exact opposite of the one we want. That's the one we want right there. I thank you so much for everybody that's already gifted memberships, purchased memberships, and made super chats. Let's keep it going. We are now not too far away from well, we actually were kind of far away from the second achievement of the evening, which is a revenge shot of horrible whiskey for you people. Right. Well, that's it. We've got the like and subscribe poll set up. So we got 282 people here waiting for the Coast Guard to begin. And once they begin, we'll do our show as normal. We're going to follow this up to the lunch break today. We'll end today's coverage at the lunch break. And following the lunch break, well, I guess we'll follow when they break for lunch. We'll shut it down, and then tomorrow, Friday, we will start with the afternoon of day 3. Watch it at 1.25, possibly 1.5 speed, and until we finish that, then we will begin on Friday morning, and we will follow that up to the Friday lunch hour, and then we'll catch up over the weekend, I hope. So that's what we've got coming up. We're always like half a day behind unless we're caught up. That allows us to skip through long breaks, lunch hours. It allows us to watch it a little bit quicker. So that's how we decide to do these things, and it works out pretty darn well. So take our like and subscribe poll if you haven't. But by the way, make sure you first hit the like button. You like this. That's why you're here. So just hit the like button. Even though we haven't done anything worthy of a like yet, we will. We will. That's how we rock. And subscribe if you haven't already done so. We've picked up a few subscribers from this, which is a good surprising thing. If you're just here for the oh, sorry. Excuse me. I have a drinking problem. I swallow my own saliva incorrectly, apparently. Wow. If you're just here for the maritime side of things, and this is your first visit, hit that subscribe button. Unless we're covering trials like the upcoming Sarah Boone trial, or we're doing something that's imminent or urgent, we do Maritime Monday, where every Monday we look at some maritime news, some old shipping accidents, some historic shipping accidents. We look at everything maritime related. So this is the place to be for whatever reason. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. If you are subscribed, just double check to make sure you are still subscribed. And then take our like and subscribe poll. Have we heard the worst of the testimony? Your choices are yes, it can't get worse. Spoiler alert. What are you? Oh, come on, Strawberry. It can always get worse. Just remember that. The second choice is no, but the shocks will be fewer. The third choice is no, but only a few more spicy things. And so far, well in the lead is hell no, we're just getting started. So take the like and subscribe button after you have hit the like and subscribe button, and we'll check back in later and see how that works out. Yeah, see that butt scratch Strawberry does there. That's something that she picked up because she had a tail infection once that was bothering her, and I give her tail when she did that. I would give her tail scratches, and now if she feels significantly or seriously ignored, and she just wants some scratches, she'll fake that motion there. So because she knows that I will respond with tail scratches. She's trained me well, haven't you, little baby? She doesn't actually need the scratches; she just wants them. All right, here we go, people. Let's get into it.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order.
Oh.
We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina.
We can barely hear him. Let's boost the audio by 600%.
United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis, Washington, D.C. I'm the chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation.
And that is officially as loud as the court, as the hearing can get.
Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18th, 2023, while conducting deep sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As such, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general.
Don't be disruptive,
and on the
chat.
witnesses in particular. The members of the press are welcome, and an area has been set aside for your use during these proceedings. The news
You heard
media
him.
may
Behave
question
yourself.
Witnesses concerning the testimony they have given after I have released them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The Coast Guard relies on strong partnerships to execute its missions, and this Marine Board investigation is no exception. The NTSB provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a brief statement?
Good morning again. I'm Marcel Muse, the investigator in charge for the National Transportation Safety Board assigned to this accident. The NTSB has joined this hearing to avoid the duplication of facts. Following the proceedings, the NTSB will produce its own report separate from the Coast Guard.
This is just exactly the same stuff they say every day. So I just wanted to make sure we were on the proper day.
Future accidents such as this one.
Thank you. Before we commence with testimony today, I have one clarification statement to make to the record from Mr. David Lockridge's testimony on September 17th. In his testimony on Tuesday, Mr. Lockridge referenced his 2018 settlement agreement with OceanGate, which contained non-disclosure provisions. He also stated that he was testifying pursuant to a Coast Guard subpoena at this hearing. To clarify the point, through its counsel, I wanted to clarify that OceanGate, through its counsel, Debevoise and Plimpton, who were retained after this tragic incident last year, had released Mr. Lockridge from any NDA provisions to the extent they could have restricted him from cooperating with this investigation. That release occurred on August 21st, 2023, in response to a request from Mr. Lockridge's counsel on August 20th, 2023. Mr. Lockridge was therefore free to cooperate and cooperated with this investigation following that release.
Okay, so basically he didn't violate any non-disclosure.
We will now call our first witness of the day, Miss Renata Rojas, who was a mission specialist on a Titan expedition. Miss Rojas, please come forward to the witness table.
All right, we finally get to learn what it is exactly that a mission specialist does and how it differentiates them from just a common passenger with a shit ton of money.
Good morning, Ms. Rojas. Lieutenant Steele will administer your oath.
Good morning.
Yes.
Could you please stand and raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Ms. Rojas, I see that you have counsel present with you here today. Counselor, can you please identify yourself and your firm for the record?
Okay, she's got her own lawyer with her, smart lady.
Sir, can you energize your microphone and just
Energize.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Werner, and I'm with the law firm of Lyons and Flood.
Thank you, sir.
Release the
Ms.
floodlight.
Rojas, before we begin, I understand this can be an emotional testimony. If you need any time, please just let me know, and we will take a recess and reconvene.
Okay.
I will now pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons.
Good morning, Ms. Rojas. Thank you for being here today. And as Mr. Neubauer stated, please just stop me if you need a break at any time. All of my questions today are related to your background and then your experiences with OceanGate as a mission specialist and a volunteer.
Yes, that is the mission
There's
specialist.
2 exhibit binders in front of you. If we pull up an exhibit, you're more than welcome to use those, but we'll also pull them up
She
on the
appears to be
monitors as well.
Emotional already.
And before we begin, I'll ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. And if you do, just kind of explain what they are for the record.
Okay.
So Ms. Rojas, can you explain your background and work history before you became involved with OceanGate? Just kind of give us a little background on what you did.
You mean my business background?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a banker in New York City. I do sales and trading. Have an MBA from Columbia University in finance.
Well,
with your
okay.
background as being a banker, how did you become a mission specialist with OceanGate? Can you kind of give us the whole
Good
history and
question.
background on how
Very good
you came
question.
to become involved with them?
I've been a scuba diver since I'm age 12. Pretty much the ocean is a place I feel very comfortable in. I've been pretty much obsessed with the Titanic since I'm age 11 or 12, before it was found. I actually wanted to find the wreck, but somebody beat me to it and told me that they were not going to go back. So I did banking instead of oceanography, and tried to find a way to go to Titanic once I find out that non-scientists could go. Signed up first with Deep Ocean Expeditions, which was at the time run by Rob McCollum. I was scheduled to go with them. The expeditions were postponed twice, then canceled.
Lucky
and
for
through
you.
that connection with Rob McCollum, he actually is the one that mentioned that he knew somebody who had plans to go to Titanic. So that was the first time I heard about OceanGate. The second time I heard about OceanGate was through astronaut training. I actually thought, well, can't go to Titanic, maybe I can go to space. And through astronaut training, I decided that with little money I had saved to go to Titanic, which I had been saving for a long time.
Excuse me,
I
a
was
little bit of
going
money?
to go to Titanic.
A
And
$250,000?
Virgin Galactic,
That little
which
money?
is the ones doing the training, they told me, oh, we know somebody who has plans to build us up to go to Titanic. And so I mentioned, they said OceanGate Expeditions. I said yes. And they were the ones who actually made the email connection. This point, Stockton, who had heard my name twice, said, well, might as well meet Renata. He came to New York. I think I have in my notes, I think it was May 2015. We met for coffee. He told me a sub had not been made, that he had plans to make a sub to go to Titanic. It was going to take time. But he wanted me to go out on other expeditions and, kind of test the waters of how they did things. They were planning to go to the Andrea Doria, 2016. It's a shipwreck that I myself was already planning to dive, since I do have several technical dive certifications. The latest one is closed circuit rebreathers for Trimix at 100 meters. So, although it's a wreck that I could dive, I said, well, maybe in a sub I can see a lot more than diving. So I signed up for the expedition, and that's basically how the relationship started.
Thank you. You kind of mentioned your diving certificates. Can you kind of go into that with us and what those are and what you have?
Right. Obviously, open water, advanced water, rescue diver, scientific diver, cave diving, ice diving, side mount, Trimix is open circuit, and then closed CCRs or closed circuit rebreathers up to Trimix to 100 meters.
And did you have any experience with submersibles before OceanGate?
Not before OceanGate. I did have the opportunity to go down to the wreck of the Britannic in Greece with another operator in a Titan sub.
Thank you. How many dives, and you can estimate too, but how many dives have you conducted with OceanGate? Approximately.
Andrea Doria.
That was
Hudson
35,000, I believe.
Canyon, one in Seattle. We did a few test dives with Titan. I think it was 2 of them, and then my Titanic dive.
Thank you.
That's a lot of money.
Were those all as a mission specialist or?
Correct.
Okay.
No,
And what
that's like a lot of
platforms did
money.
you conduct those dives that you just
That's like
mentioned
$500,000
on your
all in.
submersibles at OceanGate? They had a few. So.
Cyclops 1 for Andrea Doria, Hudson Canyon, and the one in Puget Sound, Seattle. Titan, second hull Titan, 2021 and 22.
Can you explain to us, in your eyes, what a mission specialist is?
Yes, that's the question we all want to know the
A
answer.
mission specialist gets a little bit differentiated because he's somebody who gets involved in the operation. It's a volunteer basis position. It's a role that you take only if you feel comfortable with the role and you have a knowledge of what you're going to be doing. You're always supervised, always working with somebody who's giving you guidance. And it's really, it sounds very glamorous, but it's really just standing by to see if anybody needs a wrench.
Okay, so that kind of that's kind of solidifies it, doesn't it? She's someone with deep pockets that he was using as a cash cow. She was fascinated in the sea. She's a banker, and the role of mission specialists in these cases is essentially just someone standing around and waiting for someone in case they need a wrench. Right. That is pretty much what we thought. It seems to be that calling them mission specialists was just a means of circumventing the requirements that the vessel would have to have if they were carrying passengers as opposed to crew members. Yeah. So, while we're paused here, Krista M. Curo says, "Hey Jeff, love your coverage. Question: do you think that because of this investigation, any subs going into the water, even just below the water surface, will be required to be certified?" That's the big question. Which is the problem that goes hand in hand with what Tam the Man says. Does the Coast Guard have any powers other than administration? Again, the purpose of these hearings from the Coast Guard are to determine the cause of an accident, when, why, and how it happened, and to issue recommendations to prevent such a thing from happening again, and to administratively punish if anybody that holds a U.S. navigation license if the situation warrants, or to see whether there was any Coast Guard personnel or other government officials or government employees or military members or whatnot that could be punished by the Coast Guard. So that's kind of what it does. So what you're looking at here is, at the end of this, I'm guessing probably in about a year from now, you will be getting their final report. And the final report will have a list of recommendations. I would assume it's going to be a very long list of recommendations in this case. The problem is the Coast Guard does not have the power to force someone to do something. They can't force the regulations. They can't impose restrictions or regulations like that. They can just make recommendations, which means that congressmen will have to possibly consider whether or not they want to create new laws that require certain qualifications or certifications for submersibles. They may recommend regulations, like basic seafaring regulations, that should be in place as far as qualifications for people going down in these things. They can come up with any number of recommendations that people can either follow or just completely ignore. So the answer to both of those questions is they will probably make some recommendations, specifically recommendations regarding certifications, but it's up to other people to decide whether to pay any attention to it. That's kind of the problem. Alex Kane, who's been a member for 5 months, says, Scott Mainley just dropped a new video with wreckage footage analysis. Warning includes graphic ratchet strap use. Yeah, if you guys have seen they have the tail cone section. There's a video with a tail cone section that's still intact, basically, because there was no air in there, and there was no people in there, and there was nothing to crush. And the front dome and the rear dome. the rear tail section, the rear tail cone with the OceanGate and Titan writing on the side of it is wild, because for some reason there's a ratchet strap around the outside of it. I have no idea what would possibly justify having a ratchet strap around the outside of the tail section. Just like one of the big straps that you ratchet down to tighten it. It's a weird video. There's no explanation. And maybe one of these witnesses will get around to answering the question of WTF in that regard. And Great Success says, I bet the paying customers were more qualified than this lady. No, she's one of the paying customers. That's what we're talking about. They called the paying customers, the paying passengers, they called them mission specialists. Anybody that gives them money is instantly a crewman and a mission specialist, so that they don't have to consider them to be passengers, which would require them to meet certain requirements. But no, the answer is no. I mean, there was amongst the people that were on board, Hamish Harding. He is a legit. He was a legit explorer. Nargiole was like the world's foremost expert on the Titanic wreck. But aside from them, it was like rich people. I mean, hell, one of them was a 19-year-old kid. Him and his father were on it. So they didn't need any qualifications. Like I said, we just basically stood around and waited for a wrench. We waited for somebody that needed a wrench. So this is such a fly-by-night operation. It's wild. Ratchet strapped the tail cone on the who knows? If we have a little bit of time during one of the breaks, we'll bring up the video and show you. It's wild if you haven't seen it already. All right, let's get back to this, and we'll watch it at 1.25 speed till we catch up.
A mission specialist with OceanGate. Did you have to pay OceanGate any money?
Well, the payment was for the dive.
Uh-huh.
You had the option once you showed up to the expedition if you wanted to participate, or if you wanted just to be an observer and passenger.
Yeah, it's potato.
Can you kind of explain how the payments worked when you paid for the dive that you said? Like, who did you write that?
Whoa. Slow down there, people.
Once you said yes, they would send you basically instructions for payment for a wire transfer, and you paid. I can't remember exactly who I paid. I think Andrea Doria was Argus Expeditions. I don't remember who Hudson Kenny was. I'm assuming it's also Argus Expeditions. I can't remember exactly the wire transfer. I don't recall at this time.
And what is your understanding, or what were you told that your payment was for?
Well, you're given a contract that details, okay, you're giving a deposit by this date, you're giving the balance or 40% at a second date, a certain amount is refundable if you cancel by X number of days before the expedition, or there's a portion that is not refundable as well. It's very well understood that if you show up and the weather doesn't cooperate, you don't get a refund. And it's just escalated. It's just normal.
Notice how it's all dealing with payment.
Once you get the detail of when to pay and the dates, is basically send them a wire transfer. You also have to sign medical forms, get a medical, all of that. You have to submit them before you go on an expedition.
And I know you kind of went into it a little bit about the refund policy. Can you kind of go into more detail on that? What exactly you could get a refund for?
There wasn't really a lot of refunds. I guess you could get a refund if you gave a deposit at the beginning, like a year in advance, and then 6 months before the expedition, you canceled, you would get a refund. I don't have the contract in front of me. I'm sure we can probably pull it out, but it was very clearly stated when you would be able to get a refund or not. It was pretty clear that once you started to get a deposit and you were signed on, that you were running the risk that if you did not get your money back.
And it appears that, like I said, all of this seems to be money related. Exactly, Polly. Money, 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 money. Not what your responsibilities are as a crewman, what your qualifications as a mission specialist need to be, what what you'll be doing scientifically on. None of that. It's just all you pay me money, and here's whether or not you get it back.
You may not get your money back.
Did you ever get a refund or have to use a refund process with your dives?
No, I think Stockton in particular was very fair that if you did not get the dive that he wanted you to have, he would bring you along for other expeditions. He was always fair in trying to make you square. So for Titanic, if you decided very last minute you didn't want to do it, he said, we'll figure it out. We'll do something else.
But I get
And
your
those
money.
contracts that you signed, were those kind of the same contracts for the Andrea Doria dive, for the Hudson Canyon dives? Did they all kind of?
I think it evolutionized as from Andrea Doria to Titanic. I think the Titanic one was a little bit longer. I mean, there was a different dive than doing the Andrea Doria, right?
Thank you. And I know you kind of mentioned this, you could do as much or as little as you wanted as a mission specialist. So would you consider yourself part of the crew? Specifically for you, did you kind of work with the crew, or did you take more of the passenger? I'm just gonna.
I was one of the few that really took on the role of a mission specialist. I enjoyed it. It was fun. I was learning a lot. I was working with amazing people. Some of those people are the very hardworking individuals that were just trying to make dreams come true.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever receive any training from OceanGate? Can you kind of take us through that, the training you received to do those jobs that you just described?
Yeah, obviously, for any position that you're going to be helping somebody out, you meet with that person. They go in detail with what they're going to be doing, what they're going to need from you. And as I said, some of that might be just, this is where the wrenches are. When I ask you for a wrench, this is where you come and grab a wrench. Sometimes it was just keeping the container clean.
See, that's not what I would call a mission specialist. We received training. They told us what they, the people that were doing things told us what they needed done. We were trained on how to do it. And then it promptly goes into, if they say, give me a wrench, I give them a wrench. Sometimes I just have to keep a container clean. I'm not thinking that's a highly skilled position there.
I joke around that I was a cleaning lady, but if you got familiar to where all the equipment was, when somebody asked for anything, a wrench, or the drill, anything like that, you knew where it was, you could hand it over. And it was just to make their job a little bit easier.
Thank you.
So yes, you had a walkabout of what were you going to do? What were you going to be exposed to? Are you comfortable doing this? Did you rather just stand around? Just get you familiar with the procedures.
And was that on every dive you kind of played that role?
Yeah.
I know you had mentioned about the medical and the physical, so we're going to kind of get into that a little bit. Lieutenant Steele, can you pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 009, which is what we have as a mission specialist job description? Are you familiar with this document, or have you seen this document?
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, but yes. Get my glasses.
Oh, yes, please. And we're going to kind of look on the first page there under physical
I've
duties.
seen this.
So we do have physical duties of the job. That's great. That's great. At least there does seem to be some sort of document somewhere that describes the physical duties of the job. Great. And Aesop Fables II made a very interesting point with nobody forced anybody to go on this thing. Exactly. Quite to the contrary. They paid $250,000 each to go on this thing. It wasn't they were forced to go on. Instead, they paid $250,000 to be part of that expedition.
Okay. Was that used? Was that given to you like when you first made your payment for your first dives? Or was this given
when you
to you
get on
later?
the ship, they show you this. For you to understand if this is what you want to get involved in. You have to kind of pick a role. Do you want to work with the science team? Do you want to work with communications? Do you want to, work with the divers? Being a scuba diver and an extremely well-trained scuba diver, I was usually in the dinghy with the divers. It wasn't read every time. I mean, you read it once and you kind of know, yeah, I'm familiar with what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm just gonna,
ain't nobody going scuba diving at 3,800 meters. Come on.
turn your attention to paragraphs 2 and 3, where it talks about the physical duties, and I'm just going to read it for the record. It says a mission specialist color vision must allow them to recognize color-coded objects such as electrical components, navigation lights, hazardous cargo placards, dock warning lights.
So you can't
lights
be
and valves.
colorblind.
Did you ever perform any duties related to working with electrical components?
No.
It also talks about the hearing in the next paragraph. It says a mission specialist hearing must be adequate for assuring his or her own personal safety while working in a machinery space, which has high levels of background noise for detecting changes in the operating sounds of machinery and for hearing alarms, signals from the vessel and signals from passing vessels.
Really?
So as a mission specialist, did you ever work in machinery spaces?
No, but in order to get
Really? So they're saying people in the machinery spaces, they're supposed to notice if the engine goes from come on. It's supposed to the people that just a banker is supposed to be able to identify changes in sound to the equipment. Come on.
get
Come
to
on,
the,
Stockton.
platform where the submersible was placed, you had to go through a section where there was a lot of machinery and there was a lot of noise.
On page 2, under the expedition duty specifically, it says under submersible operations support there, it states that duties may include scheduled vessel maintenance and electrical and compressed air charging systems. So as a mission specialist, did you ever conduct any vessel maintenance?
No. I observed it, but I did not, I was never responsible for.
Understood. Thank you. Were you ever, and I know you, again, you mentioned this, so we'll kind of go into the physical limitations for the overall health because of these requirements. They said they made you get a physical. Can you kind of go into the requirements for your physical abilities and what you had to do?
I still do my annual physical every time, every year. I am, you do have to go through a hearing test, a visual test, to be certified that you're fit. Disclose any medical conditions.
Yeah, see now, but what does that physical examination entail? That could be anything from a detailed set of labs like you would expect for an astronaut or something like that, or it can be the kind of test that I have to go, the physical fitness test that I have to go through when I get my Korean driver's license renewed, which is literally going like this, doing one squat and being able to see the largest number or letter on a vision chart. Where is it on that spectrum? Oh, and just before we jump back in, Sonia or Chris with the $5. No one forced them to go, but they were not given an honest explanation of the risk. Yes, they were told there was going to be risks. The waiver mentioned dying 3 times, but as we've seen over the past 2 days, and we'll probably get into hopefully at some point today, there were a lot more problems and a lot more risks than people appreciated, I would guess. Thank you very much, Sonia or Chris, for that. Appreciate it.
And then that's it. I think I'm so used to doing it every year that I still do it now. You have to do it for diving as well. Every time you take a technical certification course, you have to go through a physical as well.
Do you know if other mission specialists that you've worked with had to go through the same physical process to be evaluated?
I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak to what was required of me and what I did. Okay. I'm assuming so.
Can you kind of, and we'll get into your dive specifically, what you did on each dive, but can you kind of just take us through a typical dive as a mission specialist from the very start of your involvement to the finish? Kind of what does that look like? Oh,
sorry.
No, you're fine. Just the planning meetings that were involved, the assigned task, how that worked, just kind of take us through a typical dive as a mission specialist.
That's a loaded question. Can we break it down?
Correct. Yes, we can.
Exactly what do you want to know?
Sure. So from
We'll walk us through a day. It's pretty basic.
Go take a dive. Is there any meetings at the pier, at the dock? How did when you arrived?
I'm actually going to take it back. We would always get phone calls before we got on an expedition to update us on the vehicle, the vessel, how are we going to get there, what time we're going to get there, what has been done and not done to the submersible. They give you a full presentation of everything. I'm sure you have them. They give it to everybody. They usually held by Zoom and everybody could come in. Once you made your plans to come in, you had to tell them, here's all my paperwork, including waiver. Everything had to be already read and signed. You could also go through it when you got on the ship, but you signed all of that. You gave them your estimated time of arrival. Somebody usually waited for you, either at the dock or even at the airport. Be driven to the vessel. You get in the vessel, you get introduced to the captain of the ship as well, who you are, what you're going to do. Sit down, have a sit down to go through the waiver again, and what you're going to do, what you want to do, what's next. This is the events of the day. As I said, you're mostly just observing and watching. If you want to say, hey, can I help you with that? You need to say, yeah, come here, help. As I said, the helping is mostly watching what they're doing and them teaching you what they're doing. Then usually there was a briefing the night before any dives, and then the morning of the dives, where you actually went through a very detailed dive plan, hour by hour, time by time, roles. The night before, obviously, they asked you, what do you think, what do you feel comfortable doing, where you want to be? Sometimes you felt comfortable going in, sometimes you didn't. And then the operation starts. Right? And they do make you aware that if you're going to get involved, you're going to be there for 12 hours. A change of crew is a significant change in their dive plan, and they designated it as a strike. They had a 3-strike rule in the safety procedures with a certain number of anomalies was 1 strike. Anomalies could have been anything small from a rope being out of place, not having water in the sub, very simple stuff. Can't remember the number of anomalies, if it was 6 or 9, but a number of anomalies was a strike. And then strikes were things that were a little bit bigger, like sonar wasn't working.
3 strikes and you're crushed.
There was a change of crew. You were late in the dive plan. You took more than an hour was a strike. And if you got to a point where you got to a 3rd strike, the dive was called. No questions asked. It was like 3 strikes. We're going back to whatever point you were. You could have been in the water already diving, and if you have a 3rd strike, you just go back. Anyway, that's all that is explained to you. And you need to understand that if you are going to volunteer to be on the dinghy boat with the divers, you're going to be there for a while. Take a risk index of how do you feel that day. How you feel, from a 0 to 7. How do you feel today? You feel tired, you need rest, etc. And all of that before the dives. And then, you start operations.
You mentioned the strike rule, kind of a no-go. So who was the one that determined then, like, we're
I
not
think it
gonna
was the
do
mission director.
the mission director? Okay. And were you ever on a dive that was a no-go that had
Yeah.
3 strikes?
Mhm.
We're going to kind of shift into the specific dives and ask you about that. We're going to start with the Andrea Doria dive
Mhm.
in Boston in 2016.
Oh,
What was your
cool.
role? Were you a mission specialist on that dive?
I think that's the
What
one
was your
where
role on that dive?
Rush
To
lobbed
take care of
the
the cameras and the pictures and the GoPros.
controller at Lockridge.
I had also my own GoPros.
And did you pay for that dive?
I did.
Were there any other passengers with you on that dive?
Yes.
And how many other passengers?
A friend of mine, Arthur Vacarina, and one of Stockton's best friends, Chris.
And how many other employees or crew members, I call them, of
Stockton and David Lockridge.
Can you kind of go into that dive for us from the very beginning?
Okay. All right. So this is the dive. This is the dive where they got in, where Rush and Lockridge got in the fight over the PlayStation 2 controller, which and I believe he mentioned that it was her that that stepped in and said, just give me the damn controller or something like that, and tried to take it away from Rush so that they could get unstuck from the Andrea Doria. So yeah, this should be interesting to see what her take on it is. We heard Lockridge's take on that. Let's hear what hers is. Billie Aoki with the Queen and David Bowie collab, Under Pressure. Thank you for the $64. Thank you very much. All right, this could get a little spicy. If her story contradicts what Lockridge said about the expedition, I would expect the questions to be a little pointed. Let's see how it goes.
As you had talked about, like starting from the beginning and when that occurred, and take us through that dive for us.
Sure. I had a lot of fun with the dive. It was a great dive. As I said, I wanted to do the dive in a submersible because I was planning to do an actual dive in open circuit in the shipwreck, programmed for literally the month after. Arthur as well, who was with me. Got transferred, we did the debriefing or the briefing, how things were gonna go. We were transferred from the ship in a dinghy to the platform. That Cyclops was pulled all the way from Boston to Nantucket, as they do on the platform behind the ship. So you have to transfer yourself from the main ship to the platform to get in the sub. In the sub, there was already David and Stockton doing their checks. By the time we got in, checks were done. Get comfortable. They give you a little screen where you can actually see sonar. You go through a briefing, obviously, on all the aspects of the submersible. What happens if this happens? What do you do if somebody faints? Things like that, emergency procedures inside the sub. The different roles, who's going to be doing what. I was taking care of the pictures. Somebody else was taking care of the scans. We were supposed to do sonar scans of the Andrea Doria. Somebody else was taking care of making sure how many fish we saw.
So it was a scientific voyage. It wasn't just a tour of the Andrea Doria. It was a legit scientific research journey because they were counting fish. Got it.
We were logging the biodiversity of the surrounding area of the
AKA
Doria.
counting fish.
We submerged. The first time we landed really far away from the Andrea Doria, so we came back to the surface. Again, it's only 70 meters, which is, you can swim out, basically. People free dive that deep. So
70 meters? You can just swim out from 70 meters. I don't know what her free dive rating is, but I would guess that if anybody else just left the submersible at 70 meters down, just left free diving, they'd be dead. I would be.
we could come back very quickly. We got pulled closer to the wreck now that we had a calculation on the current. And in the Andrea Doria, the currents are 2 knots or 4 sometimes. It's in the channel, in the shipping channel. So, if you're not diving in slack tide, you're going to get taken away by the current. Come back to the surface. They dragged us on the surface. They dragged the submersible to position us in a position that
Okay, just random fact here, according to the internet, and the internet is always correct. Apparently, most people can dive up to a maximum of 60 feet safely. Oh, the dog seemed to be into the garbage. Lovely. Better go fix that. So experienced divers can safely dive to a depth of 40 feet, which is 12.19 meters. So yeah, free diving records. Let's check what the free diving record is just for giggles while we're here. 131 meters is the record for the men. The women is 123 meters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The number 2 woman's record is 76 meters. So yeah, there's like 4 people on planet Earth that could free dive, that could escape at 70 meters and make it to the top alive. Great.
current would take us and place us near the wreck. It took a long time, but we saw dolphins go by, whales. So it was actually pretty amazing to see. Second time we went down, landed gently on the sand, and we were only like maybe 50 meters from the bow. I think they had it on the sonar that it was 100 meters. I could see it. In a little iPad, I think it was 15 meters. So I couldn't see it on my iPad, but they could see it on their sonar. We started navigating towards the wreck. Communications were spotty. They had to talk very loudly on the microphone in order for them to hear, and it was hard to hear them, but we had communications. Communications, at least for this dive, were through radio, not text. As we got closer to the Doria, took a couple of scans. At some point, it was very close. The propellers would pick up a lot of sand, so it's low visibility to begin with. But with the propellers lifting off the sand. It's not that very easy to see. So we would go and stand, and make decisions of, okay, where are we, etc. At some point, we saw the bow. We actually asked them to turn the lights off so we can kind of see where we were. They turned the lights back on, making a plan to kind of go around so we could take a scan. And at some point, we ended up right below the bow, in the prow. If you know, you guys are maritime, you know what the prow is. We were at the prow, in a position, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Coast Guard knows what the fucking prow of the ship is. Look, is there such a... I'm claiming woman-splaining there. I'm claiming woman-splaining. She's actually... All right, let's just go. Sorry.
It was, the sand had like a hole, and you could definitely see the top of the bow on the hatch. So it was a very, we did have a lot of room to maneuver. So Stockton was trying to get us out hopping, doing bunny hops, like, so he wouldn't race. We didn't want to touch anything. Sand is very muddy there, so it's not easy to kind of ski out. It's not like you can push yourself as you're skiing. Then at some point, Lockridge took the controls. He put his head on top of the hatch, where you could actually see very well the bow, and very nicely drove us out in one sweep. I was actually very impressed. And then that was it. We took pictures of the bow.
All right, wait a minute. Let's go back here a few seconds.
Where you could actually see very well the bow, and very nicely drove us out in one sweep. It was actually very...
Who very nicely drove us out in one sweep? Who drove us out? Is she still talking about Stockton? Come on. Somebody's lying. Somebody's covering up something, because that version of the story, yeah, she's downplaying it. That version of this, okay, so she did acknowledge that it was David. Great, good for her. Good for her, but this story is wildly different than Lockridge's version of the story. Lockridge versions of the story had Stockton demanding to be the guy that piloted it in, that he got this thing wedged in the sand under the Andrea Doria, and he panicked, and he was like, how far away is the rescue ship? How long do we have all of our life support systems in place? We're stuck. And I didn't hit, perhaps while I was out taking care of the dogs, getting into the trash, I didn't hear anything about Stockton freaking out and hurling the PlayStation 2 controller at Lockridge. So I would hope the questioning is going to be a little more pointed, and not just gloss over this, what I consider to be a major inconsistency in the story.
Very impressed. And then that was it. We took pictures of the bow, claps everybody, and went back to the surface, took pictures, and it was great.
Nope. This was not the Titan. The Titan was controlled by a Logitech controller. This was the previous submersible, which was controlled by a PlayStation 2 controller. They're different submersibles we're talking about here. This is not the Logitech submersible. This is the PlayStation 2 controller submersible.
I took a lot of personal video myself of the dive. If the committee wants to take a look at it,
it's the Cyclops one.
So you can kind of get a sense of what that dive was like.
Yep.
I did see David Lockridge's account of the events, and he must have gone on a different dive.
Oh, she just called him a liar.
Nobody was crying.
She just called him a liar. Uh-oh. She saw his testimony and just threw down the gauntlet. She just said Lockridge must have been on a completely different voyage than me because I didn't see any of that stuff he was talking about. I have no way of knowing. I wasn't there, but my personal belief would give more weight and credibility to Lockridge's version of the story.
He must have gone in a different dive.
Oh no.
Nobody was panicking. Nobody was crying. And there was definitely no swearing and yelling.
Do you know, you said Mr. Lockridge took the controls. Do you know if Mr. Rush, since he was the pilot on that, correct, going down, do you know why he had to take the controls?
Lockridge or David?
Well, Mr. Lockridge.
What do you mean Lockridge or David? They're the same person, lady.
I don't know why he had to take the controls. He kept asking for the controls. Well, the pilot was, to me, clearly Stockton.
And he took you down there?
Yes.
And then at some point...
And he was driving the whole time, no.
Except for the last part, correct?
Yeah, the last part as we were trying to maneuver out of the prow. Lockridge had a better view going into the viewport, not the viewport, the hatch. You could poke your head in, stand, not sit, stand, and actually have a 360 view. So he was in a better position to kind of maneuver and not touch anything and maneuver out. So he asked for the controller. Stockton gave him the controller and he drove us out.
Can you kind of explain for us? I know you said where he was. How was the rest of the seating arrangements on board? Like where were you on board and the other two passengers?
I was right at the dome.
Okay.
Right at the dome where all the cameras were. You know, my job was to make sure all the cameras were on. So that's what I was doing, was trying to change all the cameras. I think Arthur Chris was next to me. There was two seats in the front in the dome. I was in one part, Chris was in the other, and I think Arthur was right behind me.
And the pilot then sits for the
Yeah,
rear?
the pilot sits. Cyclops is about the size of a van. So if you're all the way in the front, the pilot is like 2 seats away. So he's not that close. The hatch is right in the middle. I mean, you're going to say a little bit to the front. So even if you're standing, it's not like somebody can just hand you over something like that. You need to kind of go down and go to the back. The back you're wedged in the back because you need to have the room to see the two screens and all of the controls.
Were you aware that on the Cyclops 1 that it wasn't inspected or classed or certificated before you went on that dive?
I didn't even ask. It was a 70-meter dive.
Was vessel classification or inspection ever brought up or discussed with you as a mission specialist?
Yes.
And what was
I
told you about
think
that?
they were very transparent on giving you the specs of, this is, especially when it came to Cyclops 2 or Titan, that it was experimental, not classified. Plenty of opportunity to ask why it was not classified. You were given a very transparent response.
And at the time, as a mission specialist or with your previous experience in the maritime realm, were you aware of any regulations regarding passengers aboard submersibles? Was that ever discussed with you?
I was aware of them, yes.
Was there any discussions with you about regarding Coast Guard or regulatory oversight departing Boston? Did you have any contacts?
Okay, before we move on to the next section here, I want to clear off some things and talk a little bit about it. MG Law says, I doubt it. She's trying to downplay it. I'm wondering if she's been pressured by OceanGate at all. They have a history of doing it. Yeah, they do seem to have a history of doing it. If you believe David, if you believe David, who knows? David Lockridge, I don't know. He didn't come off as credible at all. Wink, wink. Yeah, no, I don't think they pressured her. She's fangirling. This is her dream. She was living out every time she went down on one of these dives with Rush. She was living her girlhood fantasy. I think she's just simping for Rush here, downplaying it, keeping him as the hero, keeping his memory intact. Fangirling basically is what I think is going on here. But what do I know? I wasn't there. Lancelot 652 with the $5 super chat. I think she's lying. The Scott had far more detail and she's just glossing over it. Yeah, using the terms whatever, and stuff. Yeah, she's glossing over. She's downplaying, and she's protecting. I think the image of Rush. And Chris Rowland has been a member for 8 months. Says, don't forget to smash the like for the law racks as we discover if the Titan Submersible was a little yellow submarine with a screen door on it too. May as well have had a screen door. And I think Thomas Deserano, I think you hit it on the head here. She's fully consumed by the mission specialist LARP. My job. Yeah, I think she was consumed by the LARP. As you know, as you're pointing, as others were pointing out, Lockridge was giving much greater detail. Yeah, I don't. Okay, she said there was nobody panicking. She didn't see anybody panicking. I'll be very, very kind to her and say she's not lying. Again, I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe she's 100% right. I have no clue. I have no way of knowing. But I just say my personal feeling is he was a lot more credible than she is. And yeah, you know.
So you're aware of with the Coast Guard alerting them of your dive?
I know people that work in the Coast Guard. I'm a scuba diver in the Northeast, deep shipwreck diver who has knowledge that the Coast Guard has. You know, if you have an accident at sea with a decompression, you call the Coast Guard. So I had a lot of friends who were very well aware that I was going to be in the Andrea Doria, and they were going to be watching in case there was any issues. I knew if it was any issues, somebody would be there in 4 hours diving and take us out. So I don't think I had any concerns.
Was
I
that
gotta say,
something,
so what?
letting people know where you were, was that something you did, or was that something the company did as well? Are you aware of if they made notification to anyone where they were
I'm
diving?
sure they did. The dive plans always had contacts of who to contact in case of an emergency, and the Coast Guard was always listed there.
We're going to kind of shift to the Hudson Canyon dive in 2020. What
Yes,
was your
that
role
is
on that
familiar
dive? Was it
with
also as a mission specialist?
Yes,
Oh, another
And
mission
did you pay to
specialist.
be part of that dive as well?
correct.
Can you kind of take us through that dive, same way you did with the Andrea Doria? Were there other passengers with you, how that worked, and kind of just go into that dive?
It was almost, I'm not going to say in the middle of COVID, but it was masks and the whole works. You had to, there was several briefings before that of what to do before to isolate yourself for at least
That would be the
2
middle of
weeks,
COVID.
not seeing anybody if you wanted to do this dive. Giving you also timelines where we should be. You had to get a COVID test, like the 24 hours, send it in. They did a COVID test as you boarded the ship. There were other 2 passengers on the dive with me, Mike Reese and his wife. As we arrived on the ship, I actually recognized the captain of the ship because he's a very good friend of the captain of my dive boat. So we said hi, somebody I knew. We went through briefings, you know, after COVID tests and briefings, etc. You still had to keep your mask for a day before you could take it off. I think that day we kind of just witnessed preparations of the sub, went through weather, sat down for dinner, then we went to sleep. The next morning, as we arrived in, we had watches, 2-hour watches to watch the
Watch
submersible
what?
that was on the platform that was being pulled. It was not normal for them to be pulling the platform behind them with the sub. And Hudson Canyon being far, you had to kind of watch with binoculars in your 2 hours. So you did your watch, you went back to sleep, and then next morning's breakfast, get ready for the dive.
I'll be on breakfast
In
watch.
this
I'll watch
dive,
breakfast for
I was
2
also
hours.
took care of the camera, so I didn't really have to go on any dinghies. The Reeses decided that I don't think they were going to participate much. They were going to be passengers, not mission specialists. I think we played around in the bridge and took pictures and did interviews. We kind of kept the time that way.
I'm sorry. Did she just say we played around on the bridge?
Passengers, not mission specialists. I think we played around in the bridge and took pictures and did
Yep.
interviews. We kind of kept the time that way. Once we got to the Hudson Canyon, got transferred. You know, we did a debrief as usual. This is going to be the day, the operation, who's going to be in what role, how do you feel this morning, the whole procedure. They would explain to you, obviously, the
our mateys, I forgot an important announcement today. Today would be the 19th of September. And if any of you are true seafaring types, you know what September 19th is. Does anybody know what September 19th is in the maritime world? Bonus internet points to anyone that can tell me what in September. Yes, it is. Jeff K has it's Talk Like a Pirate Day. Our 19th September. It's Talk Like a Pirate Day. Oh, shiver me timbers. Some of you people are on top of things. Arg. There you go. All right. Don't make me make you walk the plank. Hit that like and subscribe button, me arties. it's talk. I am always like 3 days late to Talk Like a Pirate Day. Our Flux talking about the booty again. All right. Sorry, that was just a little digression. Or should I, in the true nature of Talk Like a Pirate Day, talk like a pirate for the remainder of today? That's the question. Do you have any rum? I do. I'm gonna go get me some rum.
three-strike rule. I think that's something they borrowed from the space program. Boarded from the ship to the dinghy, from the dinghy to the platform, get into the submersible. You get in the submersible, and as they're pulling you in position, you're being given instructions by the pilot about what you're going to do, what are you doing this, what is this button, what's this other button, how things are going to go, etc. Once they close the hatch, pull you into a position where you're going to be, we wanted to be close to the wall of the canyon wall. Started dropping. It's actually very excited to see the Reeses, who have never really been underwater, to see their reaction to all the little animals going through the dome. Squid, we saw squid. It was just very exciting to see them. You know, I'm a diver here, so I do see animals, but seeing it through somebody's eyes was pretty amazing. We landed in the bottom, trying to get directions to get to the wall because we're in sand. At some point, we stumbled into lobster pots with a lot of life, and we kind of just followed with the sonar. We just followed the lobster pots. It was far away from the wall, but that was a lot more interesting in terms of animals. We saw squid, crabs, lobster, animals, plants. It was pretty amazing. You had to log. Part of the job was making sure you logged every animal that you saw and the time. Yeah, I'm not sure where that information went to, but that was the science we were trying to do. And you know, it got to a point where they called us back up. We had to back up. We went back up. We parked the sub. It takes a couple of tries to maneuver that sub into the platform. I also have videos of that if you want them. You have to kind of do it in a certain way, and the skids have to be in place. Somebody, if you're looking at the dome, you tell them, oh, yeah, you're going the right way. There's two tanks on that platform. So sometimes you kind of just hit the tanks and stumble like that, kind of just go down. They guide you in. And that was it. We came back up, had a debrief, had dinner. You know, they always had an interview on how was your experience, what would you change, would you have done anything differently. You know, they wanted feedback. And then that's it. We went back to New York.
Do you know any other feedback?
All right. Well, we will pause this again very briefly again for the 533 of you that are here now. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes-ish into this. Please do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button. We've got 334 likes. It's the button's not going to like itself. Get down there and hit that like button, or I'm going to make you walk the plank. We're not treating this episode with the gravitas it deserves, but hey, that's who we are. That's us. It's Legal Vices, and the Vice Squad. Right. So, Hope in the Shadows. Gypsy Nilsson is the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Come up the gangplank and we'll find you. Well, we hereby dub you the newest mission specialist. You're in charge of counting fish, Hope in the Shadows, and crabs. Pinochet's helicopter tours with the $2. I'm okay with you talking like Quint from Jaws today. R. And Tammy say it. It doesn't sound so good in pirate ASMR. Here, Jeff, get yourself a jar of dirt. R. Thank you so much, Tammy. But we, in honor of Talk Like a Pirate Day, we've got our plantation rum. We got our aged rum. Yo ho ho and a glass of rum. And we all know from watching Maritime Monday here on Legal Vices channel that there's one very important thing you always need to add to your rum, and that's a squeeze of lime juice. You got to drop in a squeeze of the lime juice to avoid the scurvy. You don't want scurvy. All right, there we are. We have our rum protected from the scurvy. Let's get. All right, I promise I won't do that anymore. And I'm also a liar, so I promise I will try not to do that anymore. Shiver me timbers. I'm a liar. I'm a liar at sea. I'm not a liar. I'm an exaggerator. So let's get on with it, shall we? I apologize. Just had to get the Talk Like a Pirate Day out of my system. Let's go.
Feedback that was given and discussed.
She's got crabs to count.
Those were individual feedbacks with.
Oh, damn it! All right. And again, this is what happens. This has happened before. Damn it! There's something seriously wrong with something here. Occasionally when we stop, we don't even get the option of a timestamp on this one. Dang it all to heck. Dang it all to heck, he said. All right, we're 15 minutes away from the show. I have to redo this because YouTube is dumb. No, well, not YouTube. My browser is dumb. So let's bring back the new window. I have to redo this here. Hit that. Make sure we've still got audio. Go to the 15-minute mark ish. All right, and let's bring us back. For some reason, you guys can still hear it, but I can't hear it. It's weird that you can hear the audio, but for some reason, occasionally when I hit the pause button, I can't hear the audio. But here we go. Arr! Walk the plank, Edge. Chrome is far superior. Far superior.
Mission.
And I got to boost the volume 600% too.
And I'm sorry, and if you've mentioned this, but who was the pilot on that specific dive?
Stockton.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Rojas. I think we're going to take, I'll pass it to Mr. Newmeyer.
Yeah, before we go to a different line of questioning, can we take a 10-minute recess?
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
All right, well, good, there. we now we're only 6 minutes behind. All right, they're coming back from their break. There's the panel. I promised I wouldn't do that.
We'll continue with the line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sir. Let's get us up to 1.25 speed again.
Rojas, we're going to kind of shift to the Titanic expeditions. When did you sign up to be involved in the Cyclops 2 at the time, which is Titan? When did you sign up to conduct those?
Okay, I'm just going to make a point of this because I've been watching the Australian prison show Wentworth for like the last 4 weeks. She looks like Joan Ferguson from Wentworth.
Then the Cyclops 2 at the time, which is Titan. When did you sign up to conduct those dives to the Titanic?
Knowing that Stockton had plans to build this up to go to Titanic, and me literally waiting for years to go see it, I think I signed up 2016, 17, maybe.
And what specific Titanic expedition did you sign up to do? Was there a year? Like what expedition did you sign up for? You said you signed up in 2017, but
After the Andrea Doria, once there were plans to create a submersible, I gave them a deposit.
and was that deposit to go to like the first Titanic expedition?
All right, here's our game for the day. Super chat your pirate messages. super chat me your pirate messages and we'll read them at the appropriate time.
Yeah, there was, as far as I was concerned at that time, there was only one Titanic expedition.
It's for the grift.
And that was April. In my notes, I wrote it down. April 2017 is when I made payment.
And were you told when they were supposed to conduct that expedition?
The plans were for 2018, but the sub had to be created and tested. So it was still a question mark, but the plans originally were 2018.
2018. And then they went in 2021. So what happened if the plan was 2018? Did you go in 2019 then?
I visited the Bahamas twice while they were doing testing. So I wanted to see what testing was like. First time I arrived, there was a electrical storm that created problems not only with Cyclops 2, but also other vessels in the vicinity. So they just practiced drills, that sub drills, operations. I stayed there the whole week just to watch all of that. Then I went back. I think April 2019, also to witness just operations and testing dives. Periodically throughout that year or two, we were given progression of the testing. Today we did a dive to 400 meters. Today we did a dive to 600 meters. Unmanned, manned, I think Stockton ended up getting in the sub to do a manned dive after 5 dives, progressive dives. I knew when in my visit in 2018 that 2018 was not going to happen from the beginning, and 2019 he was going to try, but it was in question. You know, testing had to finish first.
Oh no, MG,
in 2019,
no.
Again, he said, "I'm sorry, we're going to have to postpone." 2020 was not possible because of COVID, so then it became 2021.
Did he give you a reason in 2019 why it had to be postponed?
I think there was a couple of things. One was the main ship that they had planned or they had booked to try to go, canceled on them. That obviously was difficult to obviously get deposits back, so there was some financial strain there. And then also the sub had to be redone, so a new hull had to be made.
Did they give you any reason on why a new hull had to be made?
It had a lot of noise. Stockton was very verbal about the dives that he did. It was very noisy, and the noise was not coming down, and the sub was probably not strong enough, so he had to make a new hull.
And he told that to you?
To me. I can't speak for anybody else, but I think it was very transparent with people about that.
And when you were down in the Bahamas, did you witness any of the testing, the actual testing that went down?
Yeah, they were taking the sub up and down, parking in the platform. I think in April 2019, they did the first manned test. And I was there when they all came back from the surface, saying that, you know, that first hull, the prototype, made a lot of noise. And the decision there was made that it was going to have to be changed. Yeah.
Did they ever give you reasons of how they were going to change it to make it not be as noisy as you say?
I think he was going to go with a different manufacturer to make the new hull.
And the testing in the Bahamas that you attended, was that on your request, or did someone request you to come down and
No,
witness that?
it was open. Stockton always said, anybody who wants to come down to the Bahamas while we're there, please just come. And I did. First time I also accompanied a photographer that was filming, taking photographs for an article, which are pretty much all the pictures that you see on the OceanGate website. And I was her support diver on those dives.
Were there any other mission specialists in the Bahamas at the time you were there?
2000, the first time around, no, I think I was the only one. 2019, there were others. It was planned for all of us to actually meet. So there were several of us in there 2019.
We're going to kind of shift to the Titanic expedition in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Were you on the mission for Dive 61, which was the 30th of June on 2021?
I did a couple of test dives. I can't remember the exact number or date, but yeah, it was one of the first dives in 2021. It was integration week, so they had to practice with the crew of the ship the operation. They also had to test when we arrived, although the crane was supposed to be installed, we arrived and they had to build a ramp for to take the sub in the water and out of the water, and that needed to be practiced.
So what was your role on that dive on?
It just observe, observe, give my opinion at that point. Yeah.
On that dive, 61 was to 7 meters. It was the first dive after the deep water testing facility.
Okay.
There was in the maintenance log that the dome fell off. Were you there when that happened?
Yes.
Can you kind of describe that event for us?
Well, as we were getting pulled back into onto the ship, it was one of the first times that the crew of the ship was actually handling the platform on the sub. I think I was in the sub because Stockton wanted the view of somebody, whether going down that ramp was noisy, if somebody could actually take that. He wanted somebody's opinion to give it to him. We did some testing underwater, then testing coming back up. At some point, when you're getting put back, becomes a seesaw. If the ship is this way and the platform is this way, the platform starts going up like that, and you're supposed to gently be placed on the ship. And they didn't do that. They literally just let it go. Fell. It was a loud bump, but obviously the forces in the front of the platform or the sub.
Yeah, totally not a Russian bot asks, wait, the dome fell off? Yes. Yep, the front fell off. It's not designed to do that. The front fell off. How do you know there was a problem? Well, the front fell off. Yeah, the front did fall off.
Opposite forces shear the clamp, and the dome being as heavy as it is, without the dolly that holds it on the bottom, it broke vacuum. There was only, I think, 2 bolts or 4 bolts on the dome. So it literally, with that vacuum, it started dripping, falling off. I think after that, the decision was made to put the 18 bolts in, so that wouldn't happen again. And then obviously there was a lot of conversations between the ship's crew and the controls to try to practice that several times. And I think at the end they got it right, but at the beginning it was, I don't think they knew the speed of how to bring it up, to put it on the platform, or even the speed of putting it in the water, trying to measure it with the waves. So that's what the practice that they needed to do.
And do you know the purpose of that dive, what that dive was supposed to be doing?
Tests.
Just tests.
Test the weights, test the sonar, test the DVL, test the DVL, meaning the Doppler velocity. Thing that measures the speed of the sub as it goes down in the water column, test the communications. As we boarded, or as I boarded, the other mission specialist and me, I boarded a mission 0 integration. And at least for me, we were sat down with Stockton to sign the waiver, read line by line. He gave you an overview of, this is what we've done, this is what we've not done. I'm not sure you're gonna get to Titanic and right now, because we haven't tested the sub. It's been in a chamber. He told us the numbers of the chamber. You're happy to see the monitoring system if you want. This hull is very silent. You could visibly see the difference between this hull and the other hull. Give you a chance to ask questions. I don't know if he did that every mission. He did it with me.
Well, just because you didn't ask questions doesn't mean you shouldn't have asked questions.
So I knew that week was probably not going to be a Titanic for me, but I decided to stay and watch. I wanted to see that sub go to the bottom.
You said that there's differences visibly in the 2 holes. Can you kind of go into that?
The first hole, you could see the filaments, not the filaments, but the way it was wound. This one, it was almost like marble. It was flat. It was just smooth.
Because it had a coating.
I'm
It
not
had
an
blue.
engineer, so I don't know the differences. I could visibly
Well, perhaps you should have been a mission specialist. Then
see that, oh, yeah, so this one looks different.
And you had talked a little bit about the bolts. Can you go into that again, just for the record? How many did it have, and then how many did they add?
They had 4. They added the full load. I think it was 18.
We're going to kind of shift to the Titanic expedition in 2022.
Mhm.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask Lieutenant Steele to
All right, before they shift gears, let's clear the deck, shall we? Let's clear the deck here of super chats and other things. Like I said, super chat anything you want me to say in pirate voice. Where do we have here? Okay, Ricada Law says, "R, show me your booty, chat." And Chris Mullen with the Australian $10 says, "R, shiver me timbers." And Pinochet's helicopter tours. Now, see, this is interesting. There's a lot to unpack here. Read in Harrison Ford, Deckard Cain, Treasure Island pirate voice. Now, my question would be, did you mean Deckard Cain or did you mean Rick Deckard? Because Harrison Ford's character in Blade Runner was Rick Deckard. Deckard Cain was from Diablo, the Diablo game series. They all have distinctive ways of talking. The Treasure Island pirate voice is the traditional pirate voice. Harrison Ford is just tired. But Deckard Cain sort of had this kind of a voice. I'm Deckard Cain. You wouldn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now, would you, boy? So yes, exactly, John. Stay a while and listen. You wouldn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now, would you, boy? That's interesting because Rick Deckard, Harrison Ford's character in Blade Runner, the first time he appears in Blade Runner 2049, said you wouldn't happen to have a bit of cheese about you, would you now, boy? But that was also a line from where? Treasure Island. that was also a line from Treasure Island. So there's a lot to unpack in there. I want to think you were cool enough to intentionally mean Deckard Cain from the Diablo series. Oh, Deckard Cain, awesomeness. Robert Andrew 007, as Popeye would say, that said more like DSP, but thanks, Jeff. I don't do a good Popeye voice. And Zello Spoo, for the 500 yen, says, what movie rating do pirates think all pirate movies should be? R. They should be rated R. Exactly. And Kime with the $2. What's a pirate's favorite restaurant? Arby's. Exactly. Thank you for that. And Bush McFadden, I don't mean to diminish the loss of life with my dark humor, but you have to admit, this is some Marx Brothers level shenanigans. It's unfathomable. That is true. And Law News and Laughter with Ozzy Overlord, a member for 19 months, as a pirate walked into a bar with a steering wheel in his pants. When he was asked about it, he responded, "It's driving me nuts." It's driving me nuts. All right, that's one more. Sorry, I confused my Deckard Cain. You have a Deckard Cain GPS voice? That would be awesome. Like, turn right. Turn left in 30 meters. I like Deckard Cain. Anyway, thank you so much for that random little bit of silliness. Let's get back to this this terribly important testimony of mission specialist Rojas.
To pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 052, which is the dive log and maintenance log. And I know it's very hard to see, so if you need to use the book, please use the binder.
And thank you, all 548 of you, for sticking around through those shenanigans of mine.
According to the dive logs provided by OceanGate, you completed a successful Titanic wreckside dive on the Titan on July 19th, 2022 on dive 81. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
On the far right column, Lieutenant Steele, if you could scroll to that.
But feel free to continue
Ask you to
super chatting, things to be read in pirate
dive. But I want to read for the record.
Sorry, let me move this.
It states thruster controls mapped incorrectly, flashing lights, port battery drop, sonar drop.
Oh, yes. We talked about that in the previous day's proceedings, too. The the control buttons were improperly mapped on the controller. So, i.e., if you pushed to go left, the ship would go right. If you wanted to go up, it would go down, and vice versa. So, yeah, the controls were improperly mapped. Problem.
Drop, 4K drop, 2KH stuck, 419 after touchdown on Tubbs.
Mhm.
As a mission specialist in the Titan for this dive, can you explain from your perspective on that dive what those notes mean and what happened on that dive and kind of take us through that dive?
Checks were done the night before. I was there to make sure the pilot did the checks. Checks were done that morning. I was there present for the checks. The propellers were fine. Then we turned off not we, but the sub was turned off while we did the briefing. When we came back to get on board, etc., we went through all the checks. Sub was turned on. And it was a surprise to all of us when we were taking off the platform that, I didn't even feel it, to be honest. It was a pilot who felt that there was something weird in his driving from the platform. At that point, we were already dropping, but he was texting back and forth to say, what was that? We just did our descent and decided, okay, at the bottom, we'll see what happened. I think we had no strikes or maybe one strike. That would have been obviously marked as a strike. When we got to the bottom, we landed very gently. Procedures are that you usually start dropping weight early to slow down. We also were doing experiments to trap water in the column with Naskin bottles, so that also had to be done as you're dropping down. You watch all the luminescence in the window, which is great. And anyway, we get to the bottom to try to get neutral buoyancy, and as we start moving forward, we're not moving forward, we're turning. The sub is so big, you don't really spin. You're turning very slowly. But I think I described it on camera as, we're spinning. We're not spinning. We're moving very slowly, but it was obviously we're not going forward. So we sat down and discussed.
You
with
spin
surface
me
as best as
right
possible
round,
with the
baby,
comms
right
what do we
round
do?
like a submersible baby.
We could have, in solutions that were discussed between all of us in the sub, it was discussed, maybe we should turn, alt control delete, but then that could have created some issues. So somebody suggested move the controller backwards. So one propeller goes forward and the other one goes this way. If you do it the other way around, you go forward. And Scott, who was our pilot, did wonderfully at that. We landed 300 meters away from the bow. We could already see debris when we landed. Questions inside the sub were like, do you guys want to go up? What do you want to do? And we all said, we're going. We're very close. And we did a dive. We actually put the pilot in the front dome at some point because it was easier for him to drive and to stay. We all took turns in the window with him. We did a dive, usually 3 to 4 hours. Gave some time to the scientist on board to do what he needed to do with the science and take pictures and explain to us, all the corals. And then we came back up. Lights were flickering. Yes, they were flickering, but you could see. I did not notice any sonar drop. We found the wreck with sonar, so I don't know what that is. When all of us are in the window, in the front, the sub goes down and the sonar looks down, so you cannot see. So we have to balance yourself in the sub in order for the sonar to pick it up.
She's just giving like a travel log.
At the surface, the batteries did get low. You drive on the surface towards the boat, which drains a lot of the battery, but at that point you're back. And as we were parking the sub in the platform, it lost the batteries, or the remaining battery life drained. And that's what they call a 419, which is the quick numbers to divers are already in the water in case that happens. And as soon as you do a 419 and you announce on the radio 419, the divers come in, and they had a system where they could pull the sub into position. It was done in like 5 minutes, very quickly, and then we got on the platform. I don't know what other problems were there, but I didn't notice any.
I didn't notice any problem. You just said the lights were flickering. She's downplaying everything. She is in fangirl mode, I think. She can't possibly be this blind to problems that other people have pointed out. They're asking her about these things because other people have raised these issues. The Coast Guard questioning may seem like it's a little bit softbally. It may seem like it's a little bit irrelevant, but they're experts in what they're doing. These are a panel of absolute experts. Every question they ask means something, whether or not the person receiving the question knows that or not. Wait, Bifron's asked, does she have to be here? She and also another, like 2 witnesses from now is another mission specialist. She has to be here because she is a mission specialist that survived. That's why she's here.
You pull up that exhibit just for the record again.
Yeah.
We're still on exhibit 052. There's the column next to the exploration systems test column, there's a column labeled risk index.
Mm-hmm.
For dive 81, the risk index was 34. Do you know what a risk index was and how that was determined?
I don't know how it was determined. It was explained to us how it was determined in the briefings. You pay attention at the time, so you can gauge what is high risk, what is low risk. I don't remember right now if that was high risk or low risk, to be honest.
Do you know how they determined that though, when they briefed it to you? Like
Yeah,
what went into that?
they're in your dive plan. There's a series of items like weather, people new to the sub, new systems that you're testing. I can't remember all the aspects. I have to look at a dive plan if you have one. But I think those were the items that they would put a number to and give you a risk index. I mean, obviously, if you had all new people in the sub, it would be higher risk. But I don't know exactly what the numbers, if 34 is high or low, I can't remember.
And whose responsibility was it to do the calculations for the risk index?
I think it was a mission director together with pilot.
Were you present on dive 80, the previous dive in that?
Yes, I was on board on the ship, yes.
Did you stay on the ship the whole time?
Yes, I stayed on the ship for 2 weeks.
Shortly after surfacing on dive 80, a loud bang was heard. You can see it in there too as well. Do you recall hearing or witnessing any of that?
No. I do remember that there was a loud bang reported as they came back to the surface. It was in the debrief, was explained to us after investigation, obviously, that, with the change of pressure as you come up, the top frame that holds the sub and the legs that could actually be dropped have a little gap. And as they came back to the surface, skipped a little in the change of pressure. And that was the noise they heard in terms of the loud noise. They did an investigation. I actually at some point said, I want to go see it. I went down and literally you could visibly see the difference between, the top of that frame and the bottom of that frame moved. It didn't seem like there was any damage to the hull. It was outside too. This is the frame that is protecting the hull, and even the fairings. The fairings cover it, but.
Did any noises like that ever occur on the dives you were on?
No, the hull was extremely silent. The monitoring system was up throughout the whole dive. You could ask, can I see the monitoring system? And you could see it was sensitive because when we were using the ramp, every time you went down, there would be a spike, small spike, but there would be a spike, but it gives you a sense that it's working. And then throughout the dive, it's just silent.
So you never heard any noises while you were?
Not at all. You could hear a pin drop.
You could hear a pin drop.
Did anyone else on that dive, on dive 80, any of the mission specialists that were on board ever have any conversations with you about the sound they heard, or did you hear it other than that debrief?
We would have debriefs every dive day. There would be all of us required to be at a meeting at 7:30, where everything was what happened, what did we go wrong, what did we go right, what was this, what was the other. So they investigated it. They gave us an explanation. I actually think it's on camera, and BBC probably has it because they were on board. I found them to be very transparent about everything. Anybody could ask any questions. And if you ask questions, like, I want to see the monitoring system for these dives, I said, yeah, come on, I'll show it to you.
And you felt safe going down to the Titanic after that incident?
Yeah. I knew what I was doing was very risky. I never at any point felt unsafe by the operation.
We're going to move into the Titanic Expedition 2023,
Mhm.
missions 4 and 5.
Okay.
Were those the only 2 missions you were involved with for Titanic Expedition 2023?
Yes.
And were you acting as a mission specialist?
No, I was just an observer and a volunteer.
All right. So
I asked to be
This is
there if I
interesting.
could, if there was room. I wanted to be there. And there was room, and so I flew in.
Were there other observers there with you?
Yeah,
the
there
lawyer
were,
her is her personal lawyer.
I guess that the families were on board. There were observers. And in the many years that I was involved in missions, I was very familiar with the operation, especially with divers on board. You know, it's usually 2022, I was mostly on the diver dinghy because I'm very familiar with dive equipment. So yeah, if there was a role that you could participate in, I was like, I'll do that.
Can we, Lieutenant Steele, please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 052 again, and this again, the dive fog and maintenance log. And according to the logs, there was not a single dive where the Titan made it off the platform on those. Can you kind of explain to us why?
Fog. It was too foggy.
Okay, they said
Was
that if visibility
part
was
of the
less than a
strike?
kilometer, they wouldn't launch.
Part the no-go, or is fog just a cancellation of
It's
everything?
just a cancellation. Yeah, weather is definitely, if the sea states are, you know, you cannot even get in the water, they would not be able to dive. I think they have to be 3 feet. I don't know how much in sea meters, but it had to be a limit.
Can you explain on dive 87 what happened when the Lars ascended to the surface on that dive?
Yeah, I was on the dinghy with Tim. He did do the checks twice. Somehow one of the tanks was not open. And when the platform came up, it rolled sideways. They were still tied to the platform, but I'm pretty sure that whoever was in the sub was all, you know, squished to one side, so they were probably not very comfortable. It took a while to get it righted up while they were trying to figure out if it was the tanks, it was something else, it would be the best way to bring him up. And then that was it.
Yeah, she's so
you know how many people were
downplaying
inside the
everything
tank?
Yeah, I
here.
think it was 5.
And can you describe the weather on that day in the sea state?
Yeah, I mean, there were some waves, it was windy. There was definitely some chop, but I didn't think it was any heavy weather.
Lieutenant Steele, can you take that one down, please, and pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 023, which is the dive plan 0088.
Mhm.
And we're going to kind of shift to dive 88.
Yeah.
And just kind of scroll a little. Thank you.
Wait,
Ms. Rojas, we could take a break if you would like.
did she just started crying?
Just kind of scroll a little.
Wow. All right, that was weird. What triggered that?
Can you take that one down, please, and pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 023, which is the dive plan 0088.
Mhm.
And we're going to kind of shift to dive 88.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of scroll a little. Thank you. Ms. Rojas, we could take a break if you would like.
Yeah, I think let's do that.
Okay, the hearing will now recess, and we will just reconvene when the witness is ready to reconvene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wow, they're still on break. Huh. We can fast forward right to the end here. Wow. That was unexpected. They're not scheduled to take a break for another 15 minutes. So maybe they'll forego the morning break. But wow, that was unexpected. just out of nowhere, she got emotional. Huh. All right, let's move this down here and we can talk amongst ourselves. All right, so we can see Strawberry there in the background. And we've got Cthulhu rising there in the art gallery, and there's more Cthulhu. I have like Cthulhu. All this entire back area is like Cthulhu art, with the exception of a Godzilla movie poster over there. But anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. And she's so upset about all of this. I don't know what brought that on. Yeah, I wonder what set off the waterworks. We have to hear. Was Voyage 88 the fatal mission? Maybe that was it. Maybe it set her off because they just said Voyage 88 and she started crying. So maybe it was Voyage 88 was the doomed mission. Hey Danielle, what's up? Danielle in the house. Danielle, she's coping. I think we're kind of all agreed. Maybe some of you disagree with it, but she's definitely downplaying what happened. She seemed to be fangirling. She seemed to be like, all of these missions allowed her to live out her fantasy or her desires or her childhood dreams of being Jacques Cousteau 2.0. So did she step on a bee? Irish Rover, shame on you. Shame on you, Irish Rover. Stacey R says she's a woman. Lol. All right. Well, let's read some of the super chats here while we process what just happened. Dara the Wholesome says, I can't wait for October 6th, 2045, so I can joke about this. As South Park pointed out, it's funny to make jokes about a tragedy, only if it's 22.3 years later. R. And again, by the way, we're reading super chats in pirate voice. So Dan Davis says, "Oh, well, we have to read this. Oh, Magoo, you did it again." Or Magoo, you did it again. Depending if you wanted that in a Magoo voice or a pirate voice. I still think it's funny that Pinochet's helicopter tours has a Deckard Cain GPS voice. Swan Lake Lady, member for 24 months, says, let's give it a whirl. Thank you very much. Island has been a member for 12 months, says, explained this to people yesterday. Rubbermaid tub taped. It wasn't even Rubbermaid. It was a Home Plus thing. Taped to a cutting board, sprayed with truck sealer. Big laughs. Hit him with deaths at the end. Surprise. Everyone likes a good surprise. Daily Quick Bite says, Legal Vices, did you ever have a Thrustmaster? The older ones, not recent, greatest joystick ever. And I didn't have the throttles and pedals, but I did have a Thrustmaster. Actually, to this day, I keep all of my pre-1990 photographs in. I can walk into the other room and bring in my box from my Thrustmaster Pro. I still have the box, my Thrustmaster Pro. I use it as a photograph box. I keep all of my pre-1990 photographs in it. So I had a Thrustmaster Pro, and I've still got the box in storage in my living room from way back in the day. All right, what have you chats been saying? To be fair, she did actually make it to the Titanic. Maybe because she made it, everything was hunky-dory. Yeah, I don't know. She's just... It's not... I don't get the feeling she's trying to cover anything up. I just get the feeling she's just very Pollyanna-ish. If you know the reference to Pollyanna, she's just like everything's just coming up roses. Everything was just, like you said, hunky-dory for her. She's living out her dreams. MG Law correctly states Thrustmasters were great. I had the Thrustmaster Pro. Yeah, she's definitely not being real about the actual dangers of what were in front of her eyes. I would agree with that. And again, I don't even know if it's intentional. I think it's just kind of, she's off in dreamland. But they are like the witness after next. Will be another mission specialist. So and his name is, do I still have the document open?
Commander Edmonds, can you please continue?
Lieutenant Steele, thank you. pulling up again.
Fred
we're on
Hagen is the
Exhibit
first witness on Friday.
023, which is the dive plans 0088. We're going to
Flux says
talk about
boobies. Thanks,
dive
Flux.
88, which is the dive on the date of the incident on June 18th, 2023. Were you assigned to any of those roles listed? Can you zoom out? Yep, any of those roles?
Those platform assistants.
The platform assistant? And can you kind of take us through those duties as the platform assistant as you perform them on Dive 88?
It was really just to stand by and then see if team needed help. If you need a wrench, you needed me to hold something, anything else needed on the platform, if somebody needed, somebody inside the sub needed something from outside the sub. It's really just kind of a go-between. It was mostly standing around till somebody needed help.
Oh, and Biggin. Thank you for pointing that
And
out.
when you say
I
the
shall
platform,
embiggen.
you're referring to the large platform?
Correct, yes. The long-term
Thank you,
recovery.
Janet and Justin.
Thank you. Prior to submerging the large platform on Dive 88, a stop ski was scheduled.
Hmm.
Can you tell us why that was scheduled?
They were scheduled on every dive as part of the safety procedures. As you go in time, it's also borrowed from the space program. That's what I understand. It's a 5-minute stop to assess, to look around, to make sure that what you're about to do or what you have done has been done right. Time and opportunity for people inside the sub to decide if they want to go or no go. And, after that 5-minute interval, if anybody says anything, they would stop. Or at least it was our understanding that they would stop. And they, once it was stopped, it was then go or no go from each team.
Can you explain the demeanor of the passengers and the pilot on the day of on the platform?
I saw 5 people smiling, looking forward to their journey, excited. We had wonderful weather. We had been waiting for a while for the wonderful weather. Everything was done on time. So it was, we were all excited.
And prior to going out to the platform, was there a meeting that was scheduled in
Yes.
the morning?
Meeting every morning.
Can you kind of explain what was passed that morning, as you recall, in that meeting?
But you go again through the time of when things are going to happen. That morning, we started operations at 6. You kind of just go through the whole procedure. There was a change of crew that morning, which we started with 1 strike, just because of that. Dinghy driver was changed.
That was a
And
great Dio song,
all
Dingy
the-
Diver.
By the time we did the briefing, all the checks had been done, ready to go. Put dinghy number 1 out, then dinghy number 2. I think dinghy went out, had a problem with the power, but it was lifted, changed, and then put back in the water within 10 minutes. So that didn't cause any delays. Things was going quickly on the platform. I think they were working very smoothly. I was called to help, put the cups up on the frame, the little cups that we take to Titanic dives. Somebody needs to kind of hold them while somebody puts them in place. I also
Maybe I'm wrong, but she so desperately wanted
held
to be
the
helpful
bag.
and useful and
As
part of
the mission specialists come on board, or people getting inside the sub, they have to take their hat out, their life jacket out. And, we all place that into each individual bag so they know it's their belongings. And I was the one holding that bag for them as they got in the sub. They were just very happy to go. And that's the memory I have. Nobody was really nervous. They were excited about what they're going to see, make sure you have your camera, that type
She's
of thing.
crying because she has good memories of
Thank
this.
you. Other than the dinghy driver that you mentioned and the dinghy problem, was there anything unusual or different that day that you can recall?
No, no, not at all. Everything, the weather was great.
After your platform duties, can you kind of take us through your next step, where you went during while they were descending?
Dive
Right,
went
now
off
we're getting to
the
the
sub went
moment
off the platform about 9:15, which is, I think, right on the money in terms of the dive plan. Tim brought the platform up. We proceeded to accompany him in whatever platform duties he had to do. We had tea, a sandwich, even breakfast, although it was really early. Then we finished that. We were all ready. You kind of do it before to be ready for when they come back. We're transported to the ship. Time I got onto the ship must have been around 11. Remember this because breakfast is 11:30 usually. I went to my room, just changed because you're wet, etc. I went up to the bridge to make sure Wendy wanted any food, kind of check on things. How are we doing? They still had comms at that point, so I went down to get something to eat. Although breakfast was not open, we all started to eat, and then I remember at some point at breakfast we had no update on the comms. Usually throughout dives, Wendy would read out every step of the comms. Even at some point, the message from PH saying hi. PH sends he said hi from PH, so she read it out. And then that's it. We all kind of went to the bridge to check. We haven't heard from them. We don't know where they are. Where are they? They were very close to Titanic. Very likely that they had made the dive at that point, that they would have gone ahead and tried to at least see the bow. And that was it. They kept us briefed. Said go to sleep, etc. Because if they do come back to the surface, we all need to be here to keep watch of them coming to the surface. We had a briefing. I think it was around 3:30. Procedures were explained to us. Wait an hour. They're supposed to come back. You don't know how fast or how slow they're coming back.
Coming back.
Anyway, briefings were at every step to communicate what was going on to us the entire time.
Can we kind of go back to when you're up on the bridge? Were you up on the bridge when they were having communications with the Titan?
Not
prior?
the whole time, just check on how things are going.
Manders, I think
I don't know what Wendy ate, but
naive
I
is
just
actually
wanted to make sure that
good
she
word.
ate.
She does very naive.
At any time, did you ever see anything on the water, feel anything, hear anything while you're on board the vessel?
Nothing.
What did you understand to be the rescue protocol if something were to go wrong with the dive while the Titan was below surface? If they lost comms?
I said was explained to us, you try to regain comms. Usually they're allowed at least an hour in the bottom. Could it be possible that if they were in front of the bow, everybody begged in the sub to take another hour? Like if it was me in the sub, I probably would have said, please give me another hour. You have to take that into account and then have them come back to the surface. I think they started doing patterns to see if they could do the tracking and take a read from them.
Take your weed from them. What?
When they were overdue, I think they were due back in the surface at 6. I think that the conversation
I
was
clearly heard that
another
wrong.
15 minutes and we're calling the Coast Guard. At this point, they're really overdue. And then that's what they did. Yeah, we went into go mode at that point.
So the plan was to continue trying to get comms, doing search patterns, and then finally calling the Coast Guard.
That's what I understand. I think at least Canadian Coast Guard was already notified before that. But the protocol was to try to do the search.
So as an experienced diver, in your personal opinion, do you believe that was an adequate plan?
That's beyond my pay grade. I'm a technical scuba diver, not a submersible.
But yet you continually comment about how you're part of the team and how it's our and us, and you're a mission specialist because you give people wrenches and hold cups and things. But when it's the important stuff, she doesn't have the expertise. This is part of the problem as I see it. He calls the mission specialists, not passengers, to circumvent requirements. But when it comes down to actually being a mission specialist, there's nothing there.
And as a mission specialist, you were okay with that being the rescue protocol if something went wrong?
It seemed like we were all helping in taking turns to look at the surface, and that OceanGate was taking.
See, looking at the water, just staring at the water and trying to see something is not what a mission specialist does.
Steps to follow their own protocols. It didn't seem to be anything of concern until about 5 or 6 p.m.
And what was the demeanor of everyone on the vessel at that time you just mentioned?
I don't think we got concerned until it was really overdue.
Was there ever part of a dive that failed, as in you didn't complete its intended mission that we haven't discussed, that you were a part of?
Can you repeat that?
Was there ever a dive that failed or you didn't complete its intended mission that you were part of as a mission specialist that we haven't discussed today?
There must have been another that was not completed. Well, did another test dive at Titan in Newfoundland to test different things. I think it was 100 meters.
And what happened with that?
Yeah, then we did the dive. It went fine.
Did you ever conduct emergency drills while you were on board the Titan?
What do you mean, emergency drills?
If something were to go wrong.
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean emergency drills? Emergency drills mean things. Emergency drills means emergency drills. So for her to say, what do you mean emergency drills, means they weren't done. I don't even have to listen to what she says next. I mean, what do you mean emergency drills? What do you mean? What do you mean emergency drill? That question really, that question pissed me off.
Is there a procedure in place for inside the vessel?
They go through all of that.
What is all of that?
Beginning to end, where everything is, etc.
No, where everything is not an emergency drill. An emergency drill is what you do in an emergency situation. Okay, now her cluelessness is starting to trigger me. I'm starting to get a little bit upset here.
Done.
As people are doing the checks on the sub.
Not the checks, emergency drills.
Once the dome is closed, while you're waiting for all of the vacuum and all of that, they start.
While you're waiting for the vacuum and all of that, you do a check front to back and stuff. Are you people seeing a problem here? Are you seeing the same problem I'm hearing in this generalization bullshit she's saying? She is by far the worst witness yet.
doing the briefing.
Can you kind of take us through the briefing once the dome's closed and you're inside? Like what's briefed to the passengers?
What I can recall, it's very wide. They show you literally where the medicine is, where the masks are in case of fire, where is the fire hydrant, what to do if you even have a headache.
Having a headache is not an emergency.
Where is the pump to let go of the legs if in case the pilot is incapacitated, what to do. What else do I go through?
I go through
where the maps are and, the communication, things like that. They do give you a briefing on what to do.
Can you tell us what was briefed on the emergency procedures for a dead sub at depth or a sub that couldn't surface, what they told you to do?
Well, most of the work is outside the sub. You're inside, you're safe. It's really the work outside of trying to put you in position in the platform.
And if you were on the surface on the bottom and you couldn't move, or say you got stuck, was there a procedure for how to
surface or the bottom?
Yes.
It's two separate. In the bottom, the submersible had 4 bags of 35 pounds of sand. Those bags had squibs. Squibs meaning
explosives.
Something that melts over 24 hours. When all those 4 bags melt and drop, usually that sub can come back to the surface, but very, very slowly. It also had a set of 3 hard ballast that you could drop hydraulically, one or the other or both. It also had.
This sounds like someone who doesn't know what's going on, which is probably true, but wants to sound like she knows what she's talking about. This is incredibly dangerous. Oh, exactly, Great Success. That's what I'm saying. This is like the person who doesn't know what they're talking about, but you ask them a question and they try to sound like they know what they're talking about, and you instantly know they really don't, and they're just bullshitting you. This is her trying to stumble her way through very specific questions requiring technical answers. Duncan Ida with a $5 super chat. What's the problem when there's an emergency? I like to know 1, know where everything is, and 2, actually, that's pretty much it. That's the drill. Yeah. Where's the, oh my God, we're having an implosion. Where's the aspirin? Yeah, it's the word salad. It's this filling in something. Okay, if I talk more, if I say more things, it'll sound like I know more than I do.
Belly that could be released, and then you also had the legs that you could release. It's like you could use any of those.
What the shit is this wax
You could
stuff?
also wait for the currents to change, which currents do change. And in other Titanic expeditions, we have heard of people getting nudged into the wreck, and then the current changes and it nudges them back. Bottom line, in expeditions, problems happen. I mean, you can even look at documentaries from other expeditions where the problems arise, and then they resolve those problems. So you're in a very remote area in the North Atlantic trying to do something that is very few people can do.
She's just
problems
spewing
arise.
nonsense
This
at this
is
point.
never really sold as a Disney ride. This was an expedition where things happen and you have to adapt to change. That was, at least for me, it was very clear. If you had a problem on the surface, you were at the surface. All they had to do is tie down that sub to the ship. And
If you listen to that word salad, if you're on the surface, You have a problem, you just have to tie down to the. Listen to this word salad. That is literally all this is.
Problem on the surface, you were at the surface. All they had to do is tie down that sub.
If you're on the surface, you're on the surface, and all they have to do is tie down the sub. What?
To the ship. And, if the weather got bad, then you waited till good weather to get put on that platform and taken on the ship. You had life support for 96 hours. Most of the people, there was one dive at least that they spent the night in the sub and they slept.
Oh, so there was one dive where
For
things
you
went so
on that
shitty they had to
note.
stay overnight.
Can you kind of tell us about that from what you know?
The weather, when they came back to the surface, started to get very rough. It was probably safer for everybody just to go to sleep, rest, instead of trying to get divers in the water to try to maneuver the sub. The decision was made that they were going to, it was probably better for them to sleep, to everybody to sleep and wake up 5 hours later and put it back in the platform. And they did it in 5 minutes instead of trying to weather the heavy seas. It was just safer.
Did any employees of OceanGate or past employees ever bring up safety concerns to you?
Tim wouldn't get in the sub.
What were those concerns he brought up to you that Tim brought up?
And Tim wasn't really, I don't know if I consider those comments as OceanGate comments. He was really his own opinions, and he's coming from the outside. But yeah, Tim
Catterson. They're talking about Tim Catterson, who was the witness with the flailing of arms and whatnot. Wow, this is odd. This is getting really, really odd. So Tim Catterson was the former OceanGate contractor. And here she is saying everything is great, but and he sort of, along with the first witness, Nissen, we're talking about being outsiders. They weren't accepted as part of the group. And if they had any opinions that were different to Russia's, they were just ignored. And she just said he wouldn't get on the sub. He would not get on the submersible. But like, okay, we have a button for her. Where's the button for her? I haven't used the button in a while. No, not the shut the F up button. All right. I'm delaying this here. Hang on. Aha. Listen to what she says here about the contractor. How it was, he wouldn't get in it, but he wasn't part of the group. That's weird.
Concerns he brought up to you that Tim brought up.
And Tim wasn't really, I don't know if I consider those comments as OceanGate comments.
Tim, the contractor for OceanGate, his saying he would not get on the ship. I don't know if I would consider that to be, comments of OceanGate. He was part of OceanGate, but she didn't consider to be part of OceanGate.
It was really his own opinions, and he's
oh, you won't get on the submersible. There's some dangerous things about this. That Stockton Rush is ignoring safety procedures. Well,
yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
That's literally what she
from
said.
The outside. But yeah, Tim, spending a lot of time with Tim, you do ask him, would you do this? And he said, no, I wouldn't go in.
And just to clarify for the record, when you say Tim, what's Tim's last name?
Tim Catterson.
Thank you.
She literally just said the contractor for OceanGate is the dude. is the dude from the Big Lebowski. Seriously, she literally just said,
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas. Mr. Navarro, that's all my questions.
"Oh my God."
Thank you, Commander Emmons. Commander Whalen now has some questions for you, Ms. Rojas.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas. Thank you, Ms. Rojas. Are you good to continue? Or would you like to take a break?
I'm good.
You had mentioned Mr. Rob McCollum in your earlier dealings with identification for submersibles.
Mhm.
What was your relationship with Mr. McCollum over the years?
Rob McCollum ran an expedition company called Implosion Expeditions that was taking tourists to the Titanic.
They weren't tourists,
In
they
my
were
search
mission
of trying to go
specialists.
to expeditions, it was actually very hard to get in touch with them when I finally did. I also signed on to that expedition quite early. That was postponed 2010, then 2011, and 2012 was finally canceled. I kept in touch with him over the years, and he was the first one that mentioned there is a new outfit that he's trying to go to Titanic. And he's the first one that mentioned OceanGate.
At any time in your communications with Mr. McCollum, did he ever provide his own professional opinion of the of OceanGate and the Titanic expedition?
Yeah, he did. He said they were probably not going to class their submersible.
And did he provide further?
Nope,
No.
that's all he said.
So in 2015 is when you met Stockton,
Yes,
and you had mentioned the Explorers Club.
correct. I am a member of the Explorers Club.
And can you please explain to me what the Explorers Club is?
Oof.
What do you mean, oof? Who
the
are they?
Explorers Club is a
Oof.
membership of different explorers, anywhere from people who have gone to the moon, who have gone to the deep ocean, any firsts that you have heard in the world of, Alan Shepard, Neil Armstrong, mountaineers, nature, animals, ocean, anything that has to do with exploration. It's a support of all exploration around the world, trying to inspire the world to.
She just threw her name in the hat with Alan Shepard and other of these explorers because she's in part of some club. She just threw her name in with some of the bravest people in the history of mankind. Dude, just say it's some club where you pay some fees and you get in. Come on. She did not just compare herself and like, yeah, me and Alan Shepard, we're me and Neil Armstrong, me and these we're all in the same Explorers Club.
Explorers, anywhere from people who have gone to the moon, who have gone to the deep ocean, any firsts that you have heard in the world.
What is the first thing you did? All the people who've done firsts, what was your first?
Alan Shepard, Neil Armstrong, mountaineers, nature, animals, ocean, anything that has to do with exploration. It's a support of all exploration.
All right, I'm reading these expressions to be like, it seems like each one of these panel members is collectively in their own way saying,
exploration around the world, trying to inspire the world to really seek new worlds. If you are a member
Rare
of the
history
community
says
that is
Explorer Club
involved in
requires an
exploration
application
or
letter, 2
education
references,
of
and
exploration,
360
you
to
can
500
apply,
per
go
year.
on flagged expeditions to help, whatever research is getting done. It's a place where you meet amazing people, and it's very inspiring place, actually.
And did Mr. Rush ever present at the Explorers Club?
Yes, he made a presentation at the Explorers Club.
And did you meet him before
Yes,
the presentation
before.
or after?
Before.
Did you set up or schedule his presentation for the Explorers Club?
No.
Do you recall what his presentations were regarding and what they were about?
Yeah, I think he went through the history of OceanGate, submersibles, and the plans to go to Titanic with Titan.
And
or
were, the,
Cyclops 2, I should say, at that time.
and were these presentations more of an informative presentation, or was it more of a marketing procedure to get other explorers to join the expeditions, in your opinion?
I think it was informative. Explorers Club always looks for,
I need a drink.
not looks, but if they have members or people that are doing extraordinary things, they tend to invite them to the club to give a talk, and have people have a chance to ask questions.
Are you aware of any other members of the Explorers Club who participated in the Titanic expeditions?
Yes.
And based on your experience, from what you experienced in the Titanic expeditions and what Mr. Rush had proposed,
Weirded
in
me
his
out so much I
presentation,
forgot to smoke my
was
cigar.
was it a similar, what he proposed, was it actually what you experienced?
Yes.
Interesting question, because
you had mentioned, and I may be
David
mispronouncing
said that
the
he was given a
Butanic
complete
dive.
Britannic.
Britannic, I apologize. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Britannic is the sister ship of Titanic. Its third sister, the Olympic, no longer exists. It was scrapped. The only one existing replica of Titanic is the Britannic, which sank in the World War II, became a hospital ship. It was sank by a mine, and it sits in 500 meters, 500 feet of water in Kia, very close to shore. I was invited to an Explorers Club expedition to observe. In the expedition, they were using submersibles. And one of those times that I was observing, I was invited to take part in the sub. So I did. It's a 500 feet dive, so most divers go in for 20 minutes and dive and recompress for 6 hours. And I think I was in the water less time, and I got to see the whole thing, which was pretty amazing.
And did you use OceanGate for that? Was OceanGate Expeditions?
No, they were not involved in that. It was U-boat navigator.
You had mentioned Triton.
Yes.
Is that the same company as U-boat Navigator, or was that the operating company?
Company is in a different business than Stockton or OceanGate. Triton manufactures subs and sells them to millionaires who can afford to buy one and take people down or do their own expeditions. The expedition company I was with, which was U-boat Navigator, had a Triton sub, had 2 Triton subs on board.
Do you know if those submersibles were classed by classification agency?
No, I did not ask.
You have no.
Talk to me a little
Don't
bit more
even
about
read
the
that.
support vessel and that operation. Were they towed to the site? Were they?
No, they were
driven
they were
the
on
app?
board. It was a very large ship, and it was their own ship too.
Said it was their own ship?
Yeah, the owner of the submersibles owned the boat itself.
At any point during your Titanic expeditions and/or Andrea Doria or the Hudson Canyon dive, was there a second submersible on standby with your expeditions?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever conduct any dives with the first hull of the Titan?
No. Cyclops 2, you mean, the prototype.
Cyclops 2. And I apologize as I'm jumping around. It
Okay.
just kind of follow
It's confusing, but they didn't make a new hull. So
You're confusing.
So with regards to the Andrea Doria,
yeah,
how much did you pay to be part of that dive?
I think it was $20,000, and that was in Cyclops.
What's up, dog? Shut up.
I want to talk a little bit about the OceanGate Titan and/or expedition pilots that OceanGate had. Who were the pilots that OceanGate had that you worked with?
Andrea Doria was Stockton and David Lockridge. Hudson Canyon was Stockton and Kenny Haig. Titanic was Stockton and Scott.
Senna Steele, if you could please bring up Exhibit 52.
Oh, he's
This is the dive
he's
and
got an
maintenance log.
exhibit to
Senna
bring
will
up
go through a few
front her
things.
with.
And just to clarify, what was Scott's last name?
Griffith.
Thank you. And if you can zoom in around dive 61 through 65.
65?
61 through 65.
It's very hard to see.
Apologies.
Redacted.
What tab is it?
It should be 52. So just to confirm, you were on board the Horizon Arctic for dives 61 through 64.
Yes.
So just to reiterate, on dive 61, which was the dive that you were on where the dome fell off as you came on board.
Mm-hmm.
After that, was there a safety meeting or a post-dive safety meeting
Yes.
to discuss?
Yes.
I still can't believe
Was there
the
anything that you remember regarding that? Did anybody bring up any safety concerns?
We had to practice more with the ship's crew in order to make sure that platform was, and I mean, we in terms of the whole ship had to be aware of what was going on and etc. More the practice had to be coordination between OceanGate and the ship's crew.
And did you witness, where were you when the dome fell off? Were you still in the rigid hull or were you on board the Horizon?
Inside the sub.
You were inside the sub.
She was inside the sub when the dome fell off. All right, we're gonna bear with me, 520 people here. We're gonna do a 2 hour and 36-minute palate cleanser here. Please do me a favor and remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons. They're right down there. It doesn't cost you anything and it takes 0 time. We got 441 likes so far. Let's get us up to 500 likes. We should do that. And if you haven't subscribed, I would be super happy if you would do me the pleasure of subscribing to the channel. Take a chance on us. We've got a few super chats to get through here, and then I want to talk more about the dome falling off. So let's do this so the people don't think we're finished. Let's present the screen here momentarily. All right, we'll keep that down there so people don't think we're done. Crusty old witch just says, lady, just say I had the money, so that qualified me. I can't argue with that. That's kind of it, isn't it? Chris Rowland with the $2 says, did she order her Submariner license, or her Submariner is the actual correct pronunciation, her Submariner license from Temu? And speaking of Temu, if you were here for the F It Friday stream last month where we ordered $100 worth of stuff from Temu, the box is arriving on Monday. So we'll do the unboxing next Friday on the September F It Friday. Ike says, if she walked into my bridge to help out, I would sternly tell her to leave immediately. There you go. Okay, Matt Red Queen says, did you ever do a fire drill in alcohol? No fire drill on the sub? Oh, and in school. I thought it said alcohol. See, I just saw the ACH and said, oh, it looks like alcohol to me. So you meant school. Did you ever do a fire drill in school? No fire drill on the sub? I read that wrong. Did you ever do a fire drill in alcohol? No fire drill in the alcohol? Thank you, K. Matt Red Queen. We both made an error. All right, Tanny Simmons with the $5. This sounds like when I tried to write a book report from Cliff's Notes. Not quite right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and see, that was always the thing. These guys are the panel members. They're asking questions that are not in the Cliff's Notes. So that's how you know you're doomed. Good. That's actually a very, very good example. K. Matt Red Queen again with the $5. I'm never getting anywhere near her in emergency. She's the person who you slap and push overboard into the life draft. Youch. I wonder what form the iceberg will take next time. Thank you, Duncan Idaho, for the 2. And Duncan Idaho with a 5. I think it might be time to switch out of resume mode for all this. Oh, yeah. She seems to have some trouble interpreting the situation. Completely agree with you there. Ike says, I was the first person to ever enter my ship's sewage tank. Can I join the Explorers Club? Apparently you just need a letter, an application, 2 letters of reference, and about $500, give or take. So why not? And Island with the $5. Maybe it was some kind of group psychosis. I understand him as a scammer, but the obvious delusion is hard to wrap my mind around, let alone her buy-in. She bought in several times. She's thrown down huge chunks of money to participate in these things. I forgot to read all those in pirate mode. We're not going to go back. But we have also done something. We have unleashed the second the second achievement of the evening, which the first achievement is unleashing the emotional sport potato pig dog cam. The second is retribution for me holding the dogs behind a paywall to begin with. It is the second achievement, which is me drinking a shot of really bad whiskey, which happens to be Kirkland blended Scotch, all the way from Costco. We have to do a shot of this because that's just, you know, what the second achievement unlocks. Cheers. This tastes like her testimony. Oh, God. Blah. That was extra bad because halfway through swallowing that, I started laughing at my own comment that it tastes like her testimony. Oh, so not only was I drinking really bad whiskey, I was laughing and it kind of, oh man, that hurt. All right, thanks, chat, for the support. Yeah, now I'm going to take a small sip of really, really, really good whiskey to fix that problem. Oh, better. We'll call Magic with $2. She forgot to ratchet strap the nose on. Yeah, we'll probably show that video at the end here. They should be going another 90 minutes before lunch. 90 more minutes of this of this lady. This is going to be fun. All right, our palate cleanser for the 570 of you that are still here. We're going to talk more about the front falling off the ship, shall we? This is secret behind the scenes footage of the question and answer session regarding the front of the ship falling off. Because she's testified to being inside the sub when the front fell off. So what happened? Let's hear them talk a little bit more about what happened when the front fell off, shall we? Right. Let me bring up this question and answer regarding the front falling off.
Senator Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week.
Yeah, the one the front fell off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point.
Well, how is it untypical?
Well, there are a lot of these ships going around the world all the time, and very seldom does anything like this happen. I just don't want people thinking that tankers aren't safe.
Was this tanker safe?
Well, I was thinking more about the other ones.
The ones that are safe?
Yeah, the ones the front doesn't fall off.
Well, if this wasn't safe, why did it have 80,000 tons of oil on it?
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It's just perhaps not quite as safe as some of the other ones.
Why?
Well, some of them are built so the front doesn't fall off at all.
Well, wasn't this built so the front wouldn't fall off?
Well, obviously not.
How do you know?
Well, because the front fell off and 20,000 tons of crude oil spilled into the sea caught fire. It's a bit of a giveaway. I just like to make the point that is not normal.
Well, what sort of standards are these oil tankers built to?
Oh, very rigorous maritime engineering standards.
What sort of thing?
Well, the front's not supposed to fall off for a start.
And what other things?
Well, there are regulations governing the materials that they can be made of.
What materials?
Well, cardboard's out.
And?
No cardboard derivatives.
Like paper?
No paper. No string, no sellotape.
Rubber?
No, rubber's out. They've got to have a steering wheel. There's a minimum crew requirement.
What's the minimum crew?
Oh, one, I suppose.
So the allegations that they're just designed to carry as much oil as possible, the hell with the consequences, I mean, that's ludicrous.
Absolutely ludicrous. These are very, very strong vessels.
So what happened in this case?
Well, the front fell off in this case, by all means, but it's very unusual.
But Senator Collins, why did the front fall off?
Well, a wave hit it.
A wave hit it?
A wave hit the ship.
Is that unusual?
Oh, yeah. At sea, chance in a million.
So what do you do to protect the environment in cases like this?
The ship was towed outside the environment.
Into another environment?
No. It's been towed beyond the environment. It's not in the environment.
No, but from one environment to another environment.
No, it's beyond the environment. It's not in an environment. It is being towed beyond the environment.
Well, what's out there?
Nothing's out there.
Well, there must be something out
there.
There
is nothing out there. All there is sea and birds and fish.
And
20,000 tons of crude oil.
And what else?
And a fire.
And anything else?
And the part of the ship that the front fell off. But there's nothing else out there.
Senator Collins, thanks for joining us.
It's a complete void.
Yeah, we're out of time.
The environment's perfectly safe. We're out of time?
Yeah.
Can you book me a cab?
But didn't you come in a Commonwealth car?
Yes, I did.
What happened?
Oh, the front fell off.
Okay, that was the that was the question and answers regarding the front falling off of the other submersible. All right, let's get on with it, shall we? That's enough shenanigans to go around. Let's power on. We've got 90 more minutes of this woman to get through. And yeah, let's go.
Did it completely fall off to the deck?
The front fell off. An Australian in chat can tell you what that was all about. We'll just watch this while the Australians explain what that was.
Vessel?
Yeah, slowly. Took time, but yeah, it did completely
The front slowly fell off?
fall off.
Was anybody injured?
No.
The front slowly fell off.
Completely fall off to the deck of the vessel?
Yeah, slowly. Took time, but yeah, it did completely fall off.
Was anybody injured?
No.
And then I'd like to talk about dive 63. So dive 63 was on July 9th on 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And it was to the depth of the Titanic wreck site, which is 3,840 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And on that dive, there was the drop weight mechanism was jettisoned.
Yep.
And do you recall hearing about why this drop weight mechanism was jettisoned?
Well, that dive was one of the test dives. So there were only 3 people inside the sub. It was the first real Titanic dive, so there were no mission specialists on board. They did a dive. They have sonar too. They were very near Titanic. They saw a lot of debris field, tested a couple of things, and then when they were going to come up, the weight system at the time was I don't even know how to describe it, but it was like I don't even know how to describe it. It's the pipes were in the belly of the submersible. It's supposed to be moved by motor, like picked up and moved out, and they would get nudged. So you had to either, if you were in the sub, you had to kind of shake, shaking or movements of the sub in order for it to fall down. But at some point they decided we're just gonna drop the whole thing. Would be a good test, and they dropped the whole belly, and they came up to the surface.
What the fuck is she talking
So just for clarification, at this time, the drop weight sat in maybe a tray.
A tray. That's a good way to put it. Thank
And
you.
to be able
English
to-
is not my first language.
Understood. And to be able to, if there was an issue with the mechanical or like with the mechanical portion of it to move those weights out of the tray, you would have to rock the sub back and forth.
Correct. There were modifications made after that to try to make that process easier. By the time I came back in 2022, there were different bags that were easily released mechanically, and if that didn't work, they still had the steel pipes where those could be hydraulically released. So they had the redundancy of either one.
So now at this point, they've jettisoned the drop weight tray.
Mhm.
And they resurface. Was there a spare drop weight tray that they were able to install?
Yes. They're not cheap, but yes, they have a spare tray.
How many spare drop weight trays were there? Or are you aware if there were
I don't
multiple spare
know.
drop weight trays?
I don't know. But they had one.
Then we're going to go on to next. I want to talk about dive 64, which is the next subsequent dive.
Mhm.
And I believe you were on dive 64.
That was in the bay.
That was in the bay.
Mhm.
It's 89 meters. And on that dive, there was another drop weight issue that the weights would not drop, according to the log.
Oh, really? Okay. I think we did drop one weight. It was in that dive, it was easy to fill the bladder in order to come up.
The variable ballast tank bladder.
Yes, but it was an opportunity to test the drop weight system as well.
Scroll down, please. Can you scroll down to the maintenance log portion of it around dive 63? I'm not sure on the page. Apologies.
That's 63. That's the one that they come up fast, right? Is there which one was 63? Was that
Yeah,
Titanic?
so it would be in the second column, you'll see a C2_0063. That denotes the dive.
Mhm.
And it would be from July 9th, 2021.
Okay, what about that?
MLS 64. My apologies.
And
It'll be on July 19th of 2020. I
believe it's page 14.
There you go. Thank you, sir. It'll be July 13th of 2021
And can you remind me the location of that?
of Dive 64, or the location of where it is on the page.
64 or 63?
Dive 63 was the one just previous.
Yeah.
That we just discussed with regarding to having to jettison the drop weight tray.
Yeah.
The follow-on dive was a test dive in the bay that you were on.
Right.
And what was the purpose of that test dive?
Test the weight system.
And as per the maintenance log for that Dive 64, port drop weight motor would not drop. Weight found jammed, installed mud flap to ensure even deployment of weight.
The dive I was on was 63?
This was on 64.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not sure I was on that dive.
That's the one in Witless Bay.
You're-
that
That's the
lasted
one in
approximately
Witless Bay.
4.9 hours to 89 meters.
She's not sure whether she was on that one or not. How are you not sure whether you're on that dive or not? And again, as I mentioned in day one, I think it's hilarious and so apropos that this dive took place in Witless Bay. You could not think of a better name for anything involved in this case than Witless Bay.
Drop 12 weights. Okay. Yeah. So.
Okay. I'm just trying to see what the purpose
We
of the
were
dive
testing
was. The weights that had
we're
failed
helping,
on.
or they were testing the system.
Oh, it went from we were helping. I mean, they were helping. Telling.
We and two other mission specialists went along. Again, the dive. You can use the bag to surface. So it was interesting to really see how things worked or didn't work. Part of my due diligence.
Clearly it didn't work if it failed to
So
300 meters.
As you explained, the purpose of the weights is to be able to shed the weights to then get positive buoyancy to then come back up.
When you're in Titanic dive, you need to drop weight in order to come to the surface. Yeah.
So-
Well, depending on the payload that the submersible has, but you need weight to get down, and they would overweight the sub in order to go down and go through the column, and to come to the surface, weight had to be shed. You could get rid of any of the 8 bags, or you could drop some of that weight that was in the tray.
Keeping my get rid of bag
The tray
joke.
at the beginning was
myself.
obviously having issues, so he needed to test it in several dives. Which he was there. He said, "Let's see what happens," and adjustments were made when they came back to the surface. I left at some point. When I came back in 2022, the whole system was completely different, and it seemed to work very well.
As a mission specialist and having taken part in multiple expeditions,
Shane, no.
the drop weight system is crucial to the operation and the ascent of the submersible. Would that be a correct statement?
Essential for what? For emergencies to come back to the surface? I honestly, the sub was very buoyant. I think without those 8 bags, it comes to the surface.
The sub was very buoyant. Well, the sub was very buoyant without the ballast. Well, I'd fucking hope so. I would fucking hope so. Again, I'm getting frustrated with this woman because she honest to God has zero technical knowledge, but she's trying to BS some of the world's leading accident recreation experts. She's just trying to bullshit them into thinking she knows what she's talking about. This is really, really frustrating to me.
So even if everybody was passed out in sub and the squibs melted and all the 4 bags, I think that sub would have come to the surface very slowly because it had a lot more weight in it, but it would come back to the surface.
But they would require whatever the squib was rated for, whether it was 24 hours or 48 hours. And I believe these ones were for
You have to
24
wait
hours.
24 hours for it to
like
go.
a sacrificial anode that would eventually.
Or you could drop from the weight system, the hard ballast, to the weight system and do it quicker. So that was always a decision of whether it's getting bad, come back faster, whether it's okay, come back slower. Obviously, the more weight you took off at the bottom in Titanic dive, not at 500 feet, the more weight that had to be added onto the skids in order for the sub to be placed on the platform.
Was there ever a dive that you were aware of where they actually had to wait the 24 hours to the squibs for them to deteriorate enough to drop the bags?
Nope.
You had mentioned Kenny Hague.
Mm-hmm.
Was Kenny Hague part of Expedition 2022?
I think he was at the beginning. I don't remember, to be honest. We'll have to check.
And at the time of your dives was so. Were you ever made aware of an incident that happened on dive 65, which was on the 19th of July in 2021 to 3,500 meters with Mr. Rush?
To be honest, I don't know if I was present. I don't go by number of dives. I'm sorry. This is July 17th, 21. I don't
July
think I was
19th,
there.
2021.
21.
You were not there.
I don't think I was there.
Okay.
I had left already. Yeah. 21, I understand, was a year of a lot of testing.
And on that dive, they were too heavy at depth and had another drop weight incident. Were you ever made aware of that?
I was not present at the time.
Thank you. You had mentioned not a few times, you had mentioned once with regards to a 419 or a 419.
Well, she's the one that mentioned it.
She
I
mentioned that
guess.
what do you understand a 419 to be?
That's recovery. It was just easier to say 419.
And why was it called 419?
I don't know.
No.
That was what it was called.
So in 2019, in April of 2019, you were there for the dive in the Bahamas to, I believe it was 3,760 meters.
I was on a ship on the surface, yes.
Was there a Lloyd's Register representative there?
I don't know. There was a lot of people there. I don't know.
She has
exactly who
no
was there.
clue. She has no clue.
And subsequent to that dive in June of 2019, were you aware that there was a crack identified in the hull?
Yes.
Did Mr. Rush tell you or somebody from OceanGate tell you that?
I think it was, I don't know who it was, to be honest. I did know though.
You knew there was a crack in the
Around that
hull.
time, and when you were discussing with Ms. Emmons earlier, the reason stated for the canceling was the canceling of the 2019 Titanic expedition was the canceling of the support vessel, and that the sub was making too much noise.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me?
Or the crack. I don't know which one came first, to be honest, but it was almost around the same time.
Can you explain to us in what you believe too much noise to be?
Carl Stanley he's outside or inside the courtroom, came up from that dive. He himself said it was too loud. Stockton himself said it was too loud. I think that's why he wanted other people inside the sub to give him an idea of, okay, is this too much noise?
So the submersible itself was making noise.
But that's what I understand. I
That's
was
your
not
understanding?
inside the submersible.
Understood.
I understand you have people that are going to testify inside the submersible. He himself said it was loud.
Mhm.
Stockton was very transparent in saying, yep, it's loud. I'm not sure if anybody can take it. I'm not sure it's going to get any quieter. He would also show you the monitoring system. I asked at some point, I wanted to see the monitoring system from that dive. He would show it to you.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the monitoring system?
It just looked like an EKG with a lot of back and forth.
So I think she's talking about supposedly this early warning system that there's supposed to be some sort of audible monitor, an audible alarm that if the carbon fiber hull starts to crack, it'll sound some alarm. I think that's what she's talking about. So there's like the oscilloscope thing with like the Homer Simpson, I can see my voice, like the oscilloscope thing going on there. Yeah, I think that's what she's talking about. And quite frankly, if the hull starts to crack at that depth, all the audio warnings in the fucking world aren't going to do anything. You're going to be dead before you hear them.
In comparison to the second hull, which was like a flat line.
And were they the same systems?
I don't know. I'm not an engineer.
And were you able to view the monitoring system while as a mission specialist on a dive within the submersible?
Yes,
Can you describe to me what that screen looked like?
like an EKG. He would split the screen between the controls and the monitoring system while he was taking the dive in the descent.
And what did you believe that data to be? What you said, like an EKG, if it had a spike, did you know what that meant?
It meant that the monitoring system heard a noise or a
Since
vibration.
you're dead, it means you're
Do you
dead.
understand what a noise means, or what that would mean? What is that noise indicative of, or what does that mean?
Death.
The sub, even if somebody came and knocked on the hull, it would be picked up. If a whale howled,
If a whale came up and knocked on the ship. All right, let's just go. This is Flaming Dragon says, this truly does get more horrific. It does, doesn't it? She forgot to ratchet strap the nose on. Well, we already read that, but I thought it was funny, so we'd read it again. Actually, I just forgot that we already read it. Oh my God.
it would pick it up. So it was just sensitive to the noises around the sub.
Did you ever witness a spike while on a dive?
When we were using the ramp, it created some very small vibrations.
So we know that there were 8 acoustic emission sensors within the hull. Could you see all 8 at one time on the monitor?
You could see it very clearly. I didn't count them.
And at any point, were you ever told that all of them were fully functioning?
It was probably when we were going down the platform inside the sub. That's when the vibrations usually were seen. Once you start your descent,
It was 2022 and 2023. Was there
really
any discussion?
Well, thank you, mission specialist, for that highly detailed and technical description. You just went. Thanks, appreciate that. It's all clear. Excuse
the acoustic emission or the acoustic monitoring system and its functionality.
yes.
And they stated
There was presentations on the ship on a regular basis. I don't know how many missions they were done, but most of the 2 days that we were transiting to Titanic, the ship had presentations, and we had Titanic experts, there was Titanic historians, and Stockton would do a presentation on the sub and how it was made, the thought of it, how it was dreamt, presentations on the platform, presentations on the deck, what to do on the deck. There was
I have no idea what she's
lunchtime
talking about.
Training.
So specific to 2023, did you believe or were you told that all systems were functioning to include the acoustic monitoring system or the real-time monitoring system to include the acoustic emissions and the strain gauges?
I was not going to be going in the sub in 2023. There were presentations on the monitoring system. I'm not sure what they exactly was independently mentioned in those presentations. They were very thorough. That's all I can tell you.
With regards to the monitor while you're inside the Titan to be able to see the real-time monitoring system, was the screen always visible, or did it have to be brought up from another screen? So within the control or what the pilot is seeing, was the acoustic emissions and the strain data always available?
I can only speak for my dive. It was up.
How did Titanic Expedition 2022 differ?
Probably, Ross, probably.
With regards to the support vessel?
22, we had the opportunity to see the submersible, when you got on board, because it was on board. So anybody who got on the ship, we as mission specialists got to see it, to sit in it, experience it. I think there was also more chance for the OceanGate crew to look it over and do repairs. In 2023, it was a little bit more challenging to do that because it was in the water. They had to be transported to the water in order for them to do their checks.
And so for confirmation, you were on mission 4 and 5 of Expedition 2023.
Yes.
When you arrived to the Polar Prince was a support vessel. When you arrived at the Polar Prince and you met up with the OceanGate Expeditions crew, were you provided with a brief of mission 1, 2, and 3, and were made aware of any issues or any maintenance problems that were had?
Yeah, I think at some point they gave us a briefing on why there were no dives done.
And if I may, I believe one of the major differences between 2021 and 22 and then into 23 was that the launch recovery system with the Titan atop had to be towed astern of the Polar Prince for the duration of the trip, fore and aft, correct?
Yeah.
Were you made aware of any towing issues or any issues in the transit on previous missions?
Yes, I think they had a net get caught on they had to stop and correct that.
Just for the questioning, just to confirm that you were not there.
I was
at
not
that
there.
time, correct?
That's what I was told in the briefing. Yes.
Don't
And were
worry.
you aware?
We
were
only
you
have
told
another
any
hour of her
issues or any
testimony.
problems or had arisen from that incident?
Every briefing we had, problems in previous missions were mentioned to everybody on board.
And had those issues been corrected, or did you believe them to have been corrected?
They had a checklist of things that they needed to get fixed and were getting fixed. So yeah, it was, if you stopped and looked at the plan, you could tell what had been fixed or not fixed.
Were you ever part of the dome closing crew? In any of your
Yes.
expeditions? Can you talk to me a little bit about the dome closing, the dome closing crew procedure?
Well, we as mission specialists pretty much just held the nuts and bolts. Give me a note, give me a bolt, give me a wrench, give me.
Well, you're a
I
fucking
call
mission
it being a
specialist.
nurse in the hospital. We just can't hand over, or people hand you things over.
Okay, I object. I have several family members that are nurses, and they do a fuck lot more than just hand over things that people ask for. I am getting infuriated by this woman. This witness is really making me angry now.
Procedure was to make sure the dome was lined up, moving the dolly closer. Once it was close and lined up and the bolts started to get in, people would tighten them, or in the opposite way, they would untighten them and then hand them over to somebody with hands, and you put them in a box.
You turned them over to somebody with hands? Even there were people that didn't have hands?
Or
What
the
are you
other way
talking?
around, we gave them the bolts. It was timed. We actually sometimes even had races of, let's see how fast we can do this.
Oh,
Did
you
hold
had
that position while on expedition?
Oh my God. People, if any of you have watched any of my Maritime Monday streams, the fact they're saying, oh, we had races, let's see how fast we can do this job. If any of you have seen any of my Maritime Monday shows, that should be some red flags for you. Not let's do it carefully. Let's treat it like a fucking game and see how fast we can do something. That's where mistakes happen. That's where accidents occur. She literally said, oh, we had races to see how fast we could do these jobs. This is crazy. Oh my God. Duncan Idaho, the $5 says, am I misremembering, or did the actual 5-inch thick hull have holes in it? That was the prototype. I believe that was a Cyclops 1 that had the holes in it that the light shone through. It was not the Titan. It was the prototype before that. Am I living in a simulation? That's wild. Yeah, that was the prototype that had the holes in it, and they sealed the holes with a truck bed liner. And Boost with the $5. Whales saying hello by bumping the sub. What if you encountered aliens like the Abyss? Did you plan for that, huh? Because you didn't plan for reality, idiot. Yeah. Jeez. And Duncan Idaho, she's a mission specialist in the way that a telemarketer is an account executive. Kinda, yeah. And KDP all the way from Seoul, South Korea, just north of me. Thank you for making this bearable. Sorry, I had to. Love from the north, but not that north. KDP with the real money. The real Korean one. Thank you very much, KDP. Next time you come down to Pusan, tell me. Dang it. We got to get together. Cherry Reed, member for 11 months, says, I feel like she didn't care about safety as long as she got what she wanted. She got what she wanted. She paid. She was part of a team. She was on her dream dive. She got what she wanted. She didn't care. And Jennifer with the $5. Welcome to Walter Mitty World. Nice secret life of Walter Mitty blast there. Precisely. And the final thing before we jump back into it. Brummy Nan of 2. Oh, hey. Tell the Nanlings hi. I wouldn't trust her with flat pack, let alone someone's life. We were talking about IKEA building the submersible and how it would have been better if IKEA had built the submersible yesterday. And this is Flaming Dragons. Due to this BS testimony and in light of Talk Like a Pirate Day, it's day drinking for all the crew. Or break out your rum and don't forget the limes to stave off the scurvy. All right, let's get back into it.
23
Hold what position?
of dome closing crew or
I was part of the team that participated in that dome crew, but as I said, it was if you were not part of the OceanGate official crew,
Great
you
Motorhead
were
song.
just
We are the
following
dome
results.
crew.
And so the difference between, we'll just say Expedition 2022 and 2023 is that the mission specialists and the pilot and the crew entered in 2022, they entered into the Titan while on the aft deck of the Horizon Arctic. And in 2023, they entered into the Titan while at sea on the platform.
Correct.
Did this add any extra risk, and was this risk evaluated?
I'm sure, but I was not privy to those conversations. They assessed everything. I mean, getting into a dinghy in the open ocean and driving out to the platform probably adds more risk. And from what you've seen, the checklist, they always took into account little things like that.
And as a mission specialist, once you were inside the Titan and it was secured from the dome closing crew, would you be able to get out of the submersible without assistance from the external crew?
No.
On dive 88, at what point were you made aware that the communications were lost? Approximation.
When we couldn't communicate with them
after I ate
anymore.
my lunch, went back to the bridge, and they had lost communications at that time. I can't remember the time I went up to the bridge.
Did anyone ever mention to you that they heard or felt something around the time of the loss of comms aboard the Polar Prince within the crew?
No.
What was Mrs. Rush's role with OceanGate?
She usually sat on the comms.
Did you ever work or deal with the OceanGate Foundation?
No.
You had mentioned a waiver that you had signed. And you had signed the waiver for all of your missions that you completed. So Andrea Doria, Hudson Canyon, Expedition 21 and 22. Did you sign one also for 23?
Yes.
Did you pay for 2023 Expedition?
No. I paid my way.
Your way. Yeah.
My plane ticket, my hotel. I was not paid by OceanGate to be there. I wanted to be there.
They literally they literally don't know what to ask her next. Oh my God.
Mr. Rojas, before we begin a new line, would you like to take a break?
Say yes.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Okay. The hearing will recess and reconvene at.
All right, there we are. We're 4 minutes behind.
In your role as a mission specialist, did you feel empowered to raise safety issues and stop a mission if there were concerns?
You were given the opportunity to voice any concerns you had to the OceanGate crew, if you
She
saw
didn't
something
see
in
any
change.
problems.
I saw change throughout the expedition, so I got the
Did you
impression they
personally
heard
identify
me
any changes?
and acted accordingly.
But if you were on an expedition as a passenger or mission specialist during the dive, could you stop the operations for a safety issue?
I felt like I could, yes.
Did you?
Did you ever raise a safety concern during the dive?
No, I'm an underwater person. I was happy to be underwater.
That right there is the problem. That right there is the crux of this. This is what we've been saying for the last 3 hours and 15 minutes. She was just fucking happy to be there. She was happy to be there. She was living out this fantasy life. She was a banker that socked away a bunch of, like, a shit ton of cash, and she could buy her way into these missions. She could be called a mission specialist. She got to go to the Andrea Doria wreck. She got to go to the Titanic wreck. She got to go on all these missions. She was happy to be there. She wasn't going to raise any issues because she was just living a dream. She was off in a dream world. This right here, I was just happy to be on the water. That is the crux of the problem. That is the crux of the problem, and the utter ridiculousness of her testimony. And she's giving away a lot more information to this panel than she realizes she's giving. They know this about her. They are clear that this is where she's coming from. And just think back to the last 3.5 hours here. All of these questions that have been asked, how many of them were follow-up questions to shit she was just throwing out? Oh, well, this dive, this happened. And then they ask her a big line of questioning about that. She's off in fantasy world right now. This is exactly what the problem is. David Joyner says, bolted in, span in a can. Yeah, you have to be bolted in. The latches aren't gonna put up with that much pressure. But yeah, they were spamming a can.
Does that mean that you had some concerns, but you felt compelled to keep operating?
I knew the risk that I was taking and still decided to go.
I'd like to talk about the Andrea Doria expedition. You said you recorded some of that mission. Did you record the entire mission?
Pretty much. It's painful.
I like you, young black economist. You make me laugh.
Yeah, at times,
Thanks
but I do
for
have a
being
lot
here.
of it, yes.
Did you record the interaction while the Cyclops was stuck at the bow?
I don't think I have the exact moment where we're in the prow. I think I have to look back at the video. Gladly, I'll give it to you.
No, thank you.
For the record.
I'd like to work through your counsel afterwards just to get any videos you have.
Yeah, no, we'll give you all the videos so you can watch it.
See, this is another thing. All of this bullshit she's talking, all this, now they're going to get some video of the fuck ups. They're going to get video of this fuck up with the Andrea Doria. If she is giving away a lot more information. She's giving a lot more insight into the inner workings and mindset of OceanGate than she realizes.
Painful to watch, to be honest, but there's audio and you can see the sequence. When we were at the prow, I don't think I have any recordings of the discussion on the controller. I can tell you that I did not use any foul language.
I would imagine that David Lockridge did. I hope we got a lot of Scottish swearing on there. That's what I hope.
I was not really the one to ask Stockton to give the controller to Lockridge.
Understand. Did you see the exact passing of the controller between the two?
Did I see it? Yeah.
Was it handed to Mr. Lockridge?
It was put on his feet. He was standing up, looking.
Okay, this is a major contradiction. Again, a very specific question. Did you witness the passing over of the PlayStation 2 controller from Rush to Lockridge? She said, oh yes, she just put it there at his feet. Lockridge said he threw it at my fucking head. Yeah, that's a big difference in testimony here.
On the dome on top, and Stockton just put it on the floor.
Did it temporarily break?
I did not see it broken.
Approximately how long was the Cyclops stuck under the bow? And I know this would be an approximation.
I don't know. It didn't seem that long to me.
I mean, would you say longer than 15 minutes?
No, maybe less than 15 minutes.
She's delusional. She's absolutely delusional.
Did you, in your opinion,
Gravity
was the
craters.
exchange between Mr. Rush and Mr. Lockridge tense during that time?
Yes, but there was no yelling or screaming. They both held themselves professionally, in my view.
Thank you. During Dive 88, I want to clarify one point. When communications were lost with the Titan, were you on the bridge? At the time?
888 is which dive?
Oh, I'm sorry. During the
88 is the
that was
accident. Yeah.
You know 88 was the accident because the last time they mentioned Dive 88, they just said the words Dive 88 and you started crying and we had to take a 20-minute break.
Yes, ma'am. Were you on the bridge when communications were lost with the Titan?
No. I did come back when I checked and they had comms. I did see that they were trying to link to regain comms.
Understand. During your time during the 2022 expedition, did you routinely assist the crew with maintenance of the Titan during off-cycle periods?
I was present, but no, I was not the one doing the maintenance. No.
But you were aware of the maintenance being conducted? You
Yeah,
observed that?
I was on deck, probably in the container, handing over tools.
And this would be your opinion, but I'm curious, in your opinion, from 2022 to the 2023 expedition, did you see a change in the level of maintenance being given to the Titan?
No, it just took longer because it was in the water.
So there were people maintaining the Titan on the 2023 expedition at sea.
Very couple of platform dives that I witnessed. Yes, there was people on the platform doing maintenance on Titan.
And just to clarify, I mean when the Titan was not diving, like during the
Once it came back to the surface, there were people on the platform doing something. You can't see it because you're in the ship, but
Right, but were you aware of the maintenance times being conducted during the 2023
Of the what?
expedition? Were you aware that maintenance was being conducted while the Titan was not diving?
it seemed so that they were doing maintenance while it was not diving.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to pass the line of questioning to the NTSB. Mr. Muse.
Morning, Ms. Rojas. On the 2019 expedition, the one that was canceled, did anybody give you an explanation as to why the surface ship canceled on them?
Okay, so again, this is the investigator from the National Transportation Safety Board, not the Coast Guard.
Yeah, they actually sent us a letter. I can't remember the reasons why. OceanGate would send regular letters, and there's a letter that explains why.
Okay. On the Dive 88, the accident voyage, I think you said you were part of the platform. You were a platform assistant.
Yes.
Did you also play with the dome closing team? Were you part of that?
I think I was listed in the closing team as well. Yes.
You mentioned earlier they were on strike one already because of a crew change.
Yeah.
Was that because Ms. Bay was not there?
Because who?
Because I understand Ms. Amber Bay was not there and she was the normal dome closing team leader. Is that right?
No, the person that was supposed to be driving the dinghy that morning was seasick, and
That's why you were at strike one already.
right that morning.
Was anything different in closing the dome on that last voyage?
Not that I remember.
How about bolts? Or all the bolts?
I was handling bolts. The mission specialist role was volunteer, supervised. You were not really in any critical decision making. Really just handing over tools and standing by in case somebody needed help. So I did not inspect the bolts.
You were
No,
such a
it was not my
mission
job to inspect the
specialist.
bolts.
Was there any bolts left over? When you were done in your hands?
And there was a whole box of bolts.
Okay. And lastly, in any of your expeditions to with Titan, did you observe any interaction with government officials between OceanGate and, let's say, Canadian Customs or Canadian Coast Guard, or
In what year?
any of the trips you made?
2021, Canadian Coast Guard boarded the ship at some point to ask questions about what we were doing.
Okay, thank you, man.
Ms. Rojas, I just want to clarify, are you familiar with the Canadian authority structures?
No.
Typically, it could be, is it possible that there was a different Canadian organization like Transport Canada or the Canadian
Maybe.
Coast Guard?
I have no idea. It was some official came on board, looked at all our passports, asked us questions, and then they left.
Understand. So it could be just really a Canadian authority in your view.
No, that was not my job.
No, understand. I just want for the record, you're not
Yeah.
sure what organization was on board.
Right.
Mr. Rojas, I just want to ask some questions now related to the scientific operations.
Oh, okay.
All right, before he moves on to that real quick here, Jennifer says, any bets as to whether that portion of the recording involving, I guess, the fight and the hurling of the alleged hurling of the PlayStation 2 controller, any bets on whether that portion of the recording is missing? I'm not taking that bet. No way. Bush McFadden with the 2 didn't say shit as everyone died. So professional. And a young black economist says that I got to read some background later. I'm starting to really wonder why no one is facing criminal charges, or if this could lead to criminal charges. Someone needs to go to prison. The problem with this is that the people that could go to prison, well, the person that could probably be charged criminally, Stockton Rush got squished. That's probably why there's no criminal investigation going on, because dude got squashed. Stockton Rush would be the focus of a criminal investigation, but he's human jam.
Did you ever work with or have discussions with any scientists on the dives with OceanGate?
I dove with one in my dive. I had 12 hours of questioning.
With that scientist?
Yeah, asked him questions,
Yeah.
etc.
Do you remember what field that scientist was with?
I mean, he was the head. He's Steve Ross. I think he goes after me if he's not watching.
All right, and real quick here. Where'd we go? Wait, stop. Okay, less quick than I planned. Bush McFadden said, "Legal Vices, tell them how squished. How squished were they?" Yeah, this came up on day 1, I believe, where they said that they did DNA testing on what they suspected human tissue. Like, they were so squished that whatever they tested was not readily identifiable as human remains. They did DNA testing on suspected human tissue. They were properly squished.
Okay. He was the chief challenges. His expertise. I mean, we had archaeologists. I think Steve was an expert on corals and fish. He knew a lot about corals and fish. I was definitely glad to have him in the sub with me. Definitely added value in my view.
And do you know if OceanGate ever provided scientific data to any organization after a dive?
I don't know. I was a collector of the data, handed it over to the science team when they were done, or the pilot, or whoever was on board. They did give us talks about the science and what they were trying to do with the eDNA, which I don't, that's an acronym, sorry to use it, but I think it's DNA of the microorganisms that they collect. You could watch where they were doing it, and
you could
hear
watch.
The results of that are coming out soon.
If you were,
can you clarify what dives that was?
If you were a real mission specialist, you wouldn't be watching.
I know my dive had an Eskin bottle, and we collected sediment from with the skids.
Okay, so just to clarify, that was definitely the Titan expeditions.
That was Titan second hull. Yes.
You talked about.
See, that's the thing is they had to actually do something. The first iteration, the Cyclops 1, they didn't really do anything. But as far as the Titan goes, they actually had to have like these Niskin bottles where they actually had to collect a water sample to show they were actually doing something scientific. Mission specialist, my ass.
The waiver that was provided by OceanGate to mission specialists. Did Mr. Rush or anyone else discuss the experimental nature of the Titan to you directly?
Yes.
Tell us.
You understand the Titan was not inspected by the U.S. Coast Guard?
Yes.
Were you aware that a classification society had not certified the Titan?
Yes.
Okay, she just said she didn't know whether it did or not. She didn't know but now she was aware. She has contradicted herself.
Were you aware that the Bahamas had not registered the Titan?
Registered.
Or, I'll rephrase. Were you aware that the Bahamas did not flag or register the Titan submersible?
I don't think I asked what flag it had.
Were you aware that the Titan did not have a registration or flag?
Why is that relevant?
Oh, don't you be asking those questions. It's relevant because every flag, every country that flag ships has their own requirements. Whether or not it was flagged tells you whether or not it's subjected to a certain country's laws. If my ship is flagged in Panama, I'm subject to Panamanian law. If my ship is flagged in the United States, I'm subject to United States law. Come on, why is that relevant? Why it's relevant is not a question for you to be asking. Your job is to sit there and answer the fucking questions. That's what your job is.
A vessel operating recreationally or commercially has to be registered or flagged by a state or a nation.
No, I'm not sure if it was flagged or not flagged. That was not a question that really concerned me.
Did you ever hear OceanGate discussing those matters?
I know that the reason that we're in the Bahamas is because it was deep water and it was faster to get to the deep water to do the testing.
That wasn't the question.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for questions.
You're out of your depth, Donnie.
Thank you, Mr. Newbar. Just a few questions, Ms. Rojas. Do you know whether the other mission specialists on the Andrea Doria dive went on subsequent expeditions with OceanGate?
I know Arthur was scheduled to go to Titanic.
Do you know if any of them went on any of the expeditions?
Well, Arthur unfortunately passed, so he didn't get his chance. I don't know if Chris went.
You mentioned that the Titan was experimental and that this was communicated to you. What was your understanding?
These are the OceanGate lawyers, by the way. These are OceanGate lawyers that are asking the question. These two, there was three. Number 3 is gone somewhere, but these two are the OceanGate lawyers asking the questions.
Understanding of what that meant?
Untested, new waters, completely new material, never used in deep water vehicles.
Thank you. You mentioned also that you understood that the Titan was not classed. What is your understanding of what that meant?
There was no classification program for a carbon fiber sub. It just didn't exist. It had to be made. So following the protocols for classification of a aluminum or titanium classed, I was not surprised to hear that it was not classed because there was no baseline for the classification.
In classification, did you understand that no
Do not ask a question about that other
externally validated
lawyer because I don't know the answer. Don't ask the question.
Similar to the Apollo program. They tested by doing.
You tested by doing. It was similar to the Apollo program. Yeah, you ever hear of Apollo 13? We tested by doing. Oh my God.
Neil Armstrong didn't ask somebody, is this vessel class before he went to space? He just got in and went.
Just got in.
The drive of exploration. You either understand it, you don't understand it, and exploration requires risk.
And you mentioned that you were involved in dive operations with companies other than OceanGate. Is that right?
Correct.
Which ones?
Only U-boat Navigator.
And how would you compare your experience in terms of dive
U-boat
operations
Navigator?
with
What?
OceanGate and with the other company that you dove with?
For me, the Titan subs are like the Ferrari of business. They're beautiful. So the sitting on the submersible was different. It was very comfortable. It was really the operation. And the operation that I went with to the Titanic was also very professional. So I didn't really notice any differences. That submersible used a crane to put us in the water. It had divers in the water. It took a while in terms of, there was a lot of waiting. So that was similar. Everything else was pretty much the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rojas.
Thank you. At this time, does the board have any additional questions? Mr. Fawcett.
Ms. Rojas, my name is Keith Fawcett. Thank you for being here. I want to focus on the pre-dive assessments. that were done prior to launching the Titan. Based on your experience, was the condition of the hull reported to be part of the pre-dive assessment?
Talking Titan.
Yes, Titan.
Yes, the pilot walked around the sub and looked at every nook and cranny of that sub.
Could you really walk around
Were
in
you
it?
aware that the white, as you described it, marble-like coating on the exterior of the Titan prevented visual inspection of the carbon fiber hulls?
Well, it was usually off when they did that inspection, and then they put the fairings back on.
What?
But I'm talking about the actual hull itself.
Okay, can you repeat the question then? The white coating?
Yeah, you said
Yeah, exactly. You said there was a smooth coating. It looked like marble. It was smooth. He's asking about that, not the freaking cover on it. Come on, lady. And she's like, "Oh, the Titan had this smooth marble-like surface," and he's asking, "Do you realize that coating prevented you from actually inspecting it?"
earlier
no
that
white coating.
yeah, you said the difference between Titan 1 and the second Titan, the one that was on Expedition 2023, had a white, smooth, marble-like coating.
No, I never said white coating.
Okay,
I said
marble-like.
it looked different. It looked smoother in comparison to the prototype that you could see that it was wound. It was almost like the weaving was smooth. That's the only way I can explain. To me, visibly, it looked different. There was not white coating on it, no. It was still gray or black.
So on that final dive, was the pre-dive risk assessment meeting held pardon me, the morning of the dive?
Oh no, Jake.
Yes.
And on any of those dives that you actually made, was a pre-dive assessment made from inside the submarine once you were bolted inside, where they communicated to topside by radio?
Yes.
Did you ever hear the submersible pilot say that all of the real-time acoustic sensors were functioning properly?
There was a saying about that was one of the checks. I don't remember if they said they were all working properly, not working properly, but yes. The answer is yes.
So you mentioned strike one on the final dive,
Yeah.
where how were the strikes communicated to Titan if the Titan was descending towards the bottom?
No, the strikes were determined before you actually took the dive. In the briefing, we'll say, okay, we're starting the dive after assessments were made of how people felt on that dive. Everybody was ready to get in the water, or mission specialists ready and wait. They went through all those checks, and then at the briefing, you say, okay, mission director would say, we're starting with strike one. At some point when we had the stop ski, they would tell you, okay, we have this number of strikes. Somebody, I'm assuming the pilot, was reporting to him the number of anomalies or strikes or the changes. If like one of the changes that morning was we're changing crew, so he would write it down. When we had the stop ski is when they announced to all of us by radio that, okay, the time is 9:15, we have 2 strikes or 1 strike, whatever the number is, or no strikes. We're starting the stop ski for 5 minutes. You took 5 minutes, and after that, you went about to your business.
Oh no.
Did you know if an inoperable Niskin bottle, a water sampling bottle, would constitute a strike?
For those of you that are too young or do not know, Sea Winterstorm says this went about as well as Apollo 1. Apollo 1 burned up on the launch pad.
I don't know that. I think that would have been an anomaly.
And
that's to make experiments, right? So it just limits you in how many experiments you're able to make.
And my final question is, you were talking about the dome closing.
Yeah.
So in maintaining your dive equipment, your personal dive equipment, have you ever torqued bolts or fasteners to make sure they meet manufacturer's specifications?
In my own diving, scuba diving,
Yes.
breather equipment, any bolts?
Or nuts or screws so that they're fastened to meet the recommended manufacturer specifications?
We're getting to nitty gritty, but yes, we do inspect all
We-
nuts and fittings on
We-
my
really?
breather before I take a dive, yes.
So in closing the dome and securing the bolts, did you witness them tightening the bolts to a certain specification and reporting that the bolts had been properly secured?
Yes.
And who would do that? Who would make that report?
The person that was doing the bolts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. At this time, does the board or OceanGate have any final questions for Ms. Rojas? Okay. Ms. Rojas, is there anything that the board may not have asked you that you think would be of value to this investigation?
I'm here to help you out, try to get to the bottom of this.
Danny,
you know,
hi
wanna
Danny,
find out
how
what
you
happened?
doing?
Thank you, and I do appreciate the offer of the video and audio that you have. We'll work through your attorney. And before we conclude with your testimony, it's my understanding you would like to make a statement for the record. Are you prepared to do that now?
Yeah, hopefully I won't cry, but
She has consumed vast quantities of OceanGate Kool-Aid. This has been a rough 3 hours and 41 minutes of testimony here, man. She is looking at this whole thing through rose-colored glasses. She refuses to see any problems because she just lived her fantasy. She lived her childhood dream. She's a banker. She socked away what she said was a little bit of money. She probably put in about $500,000 for all of these adventures she went on. She's living out her childhood fantasy. She just wanted nothing more than to be under the sea, going on these historic dives. She's simping hard for OceanGate and Rush. There's no problems. It was that one point a little while ago where she said, I was just happy to be on, under the sea or whatever it was she said. She refuses to acknowledge there was any problems with the ship. And the problems she had, the problems that she's identified, she explains away, including where the whole fucking front end of this stupid thing fell off. There was still there was still an explanation for it. Well, it fell off slowly. The front end fell off. Again, this is exactly the problem, where they were calling people like her mission specialists, where she has repeatedly said that her entire job was to be standing around, and if someone asked for a wrench, she gave them the wrench. She held cups up on the wall during one of the launches. But yet she keeps talking about, we did this, our team did this. She paid money to feel like she was part of a greater experience, like she was more involved than she was. This is bewildering. And I think Burning Sensation absolutely hit this to a T. What is her Dunning-Kruger scale number? That is one of the underpinnings to this thing. For those that don't know, the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's a scale, it's a score, and it measures a cognitive bias where people with limited competence in a particular area, they overestimate their abilities. That's exactly what she's doing. She has no competence. She's a banker who likes to dive, but yet she wants to pretend, she wants to envision that she's part of this big operation, this big scheme. And she's not. She can't answer a single one of these basic technical questions. And instead of answering it directly, she spews out word salad to try to bullshit you into believing she knows what she's talking about, when it's clearly and the people she's trying to bullshit are some of the world's leading experts on accident investigations. It ain't working. It ain't working. Jennifer with the 2 pounds says Stockton became crab pate. Yup. And Ike with a $10 Aussie says, she's now got me to the point where I want to break something. If the ship isn't flagged, you don't step on it. Its flag and classification is what makes the vessel legal. And see, that's the thing that I identified a year ago with this. This apparently didn't need to be flagged. There was no requirement that this vessel be flagged, which should just set out all kinds of red flags to people involved. If they don't want to take the steps necessary to flag this with a particular country, that just means they don't want to be subject to any of that country's laws. They wanted to be subject to zero laws, zero requirements, zero regulations, to the point where they were calling, if you call someone a passenger, then you have to meet certain requirements. So they identified them all as mission specialists, and this is a mission specialist. I went down on one dive and I counted fish. I went on another dive and I collected a water sample. I went on another dive and I handed them a wrench. That is not a mission specialist, but they classified them as crew members. They classified them as mission specialists in order to not classify them as passengers. This is absurd. I expected her to sort of be a little bit benign and maybe explain how freaking lucky she was to be a surviving mission specialist. But she has totally consumed the OceanGate Kool-Aid, and several of you have brought up in chat that she features prominently in advertising and literature for OceanGate. So yeah, she's just simping hard. And Val has become a new member. Welcome. Thank you so much for taking a risk with us and becoming the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Val, we hope you stick around. And Stina G, how you doing, Stina G? Oh, what a cute little doggo there. I don't want to give him scratches. She won't throw them under the bus because it may impede her from being able to go on future explorations. Zero fucks about anyone else. Who wants to go on future? This is a nightmare scenario. I think she would have been ecstatic if she would have been on this mission that imploded. Then she could have died doing what she loved. She could have died being part of history. I honest to God think there might be some sort of weird survivor guilt or some ideation of the people that were on the mission. I think she would have, because just the way she's always said, well, we knew the risks. We took the risk. With exploration, there's always risk. I think she would have been happier if she had been on this doomed expedition, because then she would truly have become an important person. That may be really fucking harsh of me to say that, but I feel like that. Yeah, victim envy. I guess that's a way of saying it. That's just such a weird two words juxtaposed to each other. But I really think that somehow she feels cheated. I don't know. That's just my take, that she sort of somehow feels cheated that she wasn't part of this. This is so odd. Oh, come on. Did it just do that again? It did that thing that it does. I've really got to figure out what the heck's going on here with this. All right, let me reboot the thing here. We are, where are we at? Dang it, that annoys. Oh, that didn't help at all, did it? There we go. Copy. I really need to find out why it cuts out my audio, but not your audio sometimes. We are at the 15-minute mark-ish. Let me close this window out. Goodbye, window. Let me bring this window back up again and make sure that we can hear the audio. Well, I mean, I can hear the audio. Hear the audio. Let's set it to the 15-minute mark. 15. That's 15-ish. We'll go right there. Yeah. Right. That should be right about where we are. The 15-minute and 4-second mark. Let's bring this back up. Sorry about this. I really don't know why sometimes it cuts out my audio when I pause it. And I just don't have time to figure it out. So we just do this quick reboot.
Create an understanding that
all right,
with expression.
Okay, we got to go back a couple of minutes. There we
At
go.
the briefing, you say, okay, mission director would say, we're starting with strike one. At some point when we had the stop ski, they would tell you, okay, we have this number of strikes. Somebody I'm assuming the pilot was reporting to him the number of anomalies or strikes or the changes. If like one of the changes that morning was we're changing crew, so he would write it down. When we had the stop ski is when they announced to all of us by radio that, okay, the time is 9:15, we have 2 strikes or 1 strike, whatever number is, or no strikes. We're starting the stop ski for 5 minutes. You took 5 minutes, and after that, you went about to your business.
Would you know if an inoperable Niskin bottle, a water sampling bottle, would constitute a strike?
I don't know if that, I think that would have been an anomaly.
And
That's to make experiments, right? So it just limits you in how many experiments you're able to make.
And my final question is, you were talking about the dome closing.
Yeah.
So in maintaining your dive equipment, your personal dive equipment, have you ever torqued bolts or fasteners to make sure they meet manufacturer's specifications?
In my own diving, scuba diving,
Yes.
rebreather equipment, any bolts?
Or nuts or screws so that they're fastened to meet the recommended manufacturer's specifications?
We're getting to nitty gritty, but yes,
I'm about
inspect
5 minutes too far. Let's
all
let's skip ahead. Here we go.
Thank you again. I know this was an emotional testimony for you, and I appreciate your time today.
Hang on. Let's go to right about here.
Before we,
There we go.
conclude with your
Her final
testimony, It's
statement.
my understanding you would
That's
like
where
to
you
make a
interrupted
statement
her.
for the record. Are you prepared to do that now?
Yeah, hopefully I won't cry, but what we have all gone through.
What? Let's take a recess. And
It's okay.
we'll
I'm ready.
Okay,
What
just
we
take your
have
time, please.
all gone through is
What we have all gone through.
still
You're not,
raw.
you're not part of the team.
Nothing is gonna bring our friends back. I hope that this investigation creates an understanding that with exploration, there's risk. And without taking that risk and the exploration, the world will still be flat. I hope that
Without
innovation could be-
exploration, the world would still be flat. Every exploration has risk. Yeah, but we can mitigate the risk by not having a vessel like this submersible with a Logitech controller with the high pressure oxygen tank stored right next to the uncovered, unsealed, unwrapped batteries, without having the floor being made of basically cutting board material that emits a poisonous gas when heated, that doesn't have ballast tanks that are essentially Coast Guard watertight and airtight garbage bags with shop vac hoses glued to them. We can conduct these things without having all of these weird ass problems. There's risks, and then there's just ridiculous risks. I do believe she has what we were just calling victim envy.
Genius. So we can make the oceans accessible to people like me who got to fulfill a dream. And you still allow citizen scientists to participate in expeditions. Expeditions are needed, and the oceans are significantly underfunded. Private citizens are the ones funding the expeditions, and I hope that doesn't stop. Thank you.
That is so weird.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
That is so weird.
Ms. Rojas, you are now released as a witness of this at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you through your counsel. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again. I know this was an emotional testimony for you, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
The hearing will now recess, and we're going to start after a little early for our second witness, and so we will reconvene at 1 p.m.
Wow. All right. So that ends the morning session, and we're gonna end our coverage here today. Tomorrow we will pick up, and they have a shortened afternoon today. They only have about 2 more hours scheduled for today. So we will start at 8 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Should we do 8 a.m.? Let's do 7. We will start at 7 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And we'll watch it at 1.25 speed until we catch up with the Friday morning session. Then we'll bounce on into the Friday evening session and watch that live. We're gonna do a couple of things here. We did the little skit from the Australian TV show, the Australian skit show about the front falling off. I'll show you the actual accident they were talking about there. But we have some super chats to clear through here, and then we're going to send you, when we wrap this up, we're going to send you on over to the recovery addict, who is watching day 4, part 1 of a child who's accused of murdering his parents, the Carly Gregg trial. But right now, let's talk about some things here. Stina G. Yeah, well, we already read that. Yeah, you assumed mission specialist. This was the problem with her entire testimony. I assumed, I thought, I believed. She offered no real overridingly important factual information. It was all her fifis. Barney Yummum says, I wrote on day 1, I think Rush wanted to die down there someday. That's why he made that fuzz in the sub when he crashed the first time. I think when he made the stink in the sub that he crashed the first time, because what David Lockridge said, he was made to look like a fool in front of paying clients, and he didn't like that. I think that's what it was. But I do think people like him, they want to die doing what they love. Not, in some horrible situation, just like withering away somewhere. Adventurers want to die doing what they do. And I think she wanted to be part of that. Duncan, Idaho with $5. She doesn't know the difference between risk and negligence in this ridiculous swindle. Ooh, that's a good statement. I found her. I found the surviving person we can all blame. She doesn't get any blame for the accident. She was just a naive person who was taken in by this, who was impressed, and who was as I said before, just living a dream. She was living her dream. She was living her fantasy of just going on all of these super important dives. Like she said, she when she was a little girl, she wanted to be the person that discovered the Titanic, but someone else beat her to it. So she decided to be a banker instead. But her life as a banker gave her the wherewithal to spend upwards of $500,000 to go on all these projects and all these dives that she had fantasized about going on since she was a child. She is very, very Pollyanna-ish and looking at this entire situation through rose-colored glasses. And she doesn't see the problems. If she does, she just chalks them up to, well, there's always a risk. And if we're going to do this citizen scientist adventure project, there's always risks. And we knew what they were, but they didn't need to be fatal. That's what she's failing to see, I think. Duncan Idaho, also with a $5, says she was just a lower class paying customer who had to work to pay her fare. Nothing more. Definitely not an important explorer. No, totally not an explorer. And the fact she was saying, I'm a member of the Explorer Club with Neil Armstrong and Alan Shepard, and she was equating herself with the first fucking people to walk on the moon. Come on. Like, this is just, she's off in fantasy land. And you can't really blame her for that, because she was just living that life, living that dream. But that has blinded her to what she sees. And that's unfortunate. I did not expect this type of testimony this morning. Absolutely didn't expect this. I expected this, like I said, to be just sort of a dull recitation of what they did while they were, what were the roles and duties of a mission specialist. And she couldn't even tell you, other than say, well, we were there to give them a wrench if they asked for it. She didn't even give a good example or good explanation of what the role of mission specialists were. Oh, how odd is this? Look, I apologize to you people. I misled you at the beginning when I cautioned you that these Coast Guard hearings are likely to be incredibly boring. I tried to warn you off with that by saying these are likely to be very, very boring, but they're very interesting in that you're not going to, there's a very good possibility you'll never see something like this again. You'll never have the opportunity in your normal course of life to see how the Coast Guard carries out these accident investigations. And so that's why I was watching this, because I thought it would be boring as hell. I could not have been more wrong. And I apologize that this is crazy. This is wild. This is completely ridiculous that some of the things we're learning about this. This is the exact opposite of incredibly dull and uninteresting. The things that we're learning about exactly how bad this situation was. And I know we've talked a lot about it. Some of you may not have heard this before. But we've been talking about. We all know that they survived. I mean, that they signed off on this waiver of liability, and the estate of Nargiolet has filed a civil suit against the first witness, Tony Nissen, the estate of Stockton Rush, OceanGate, and a couple of other businesses, but the big hang-up is that they all signed this waiver of liability, which specifically said that this is an uninspected, uncertified craft that may result in your death. It mentioned the possibility of death 3 times in the waiver, but the civil suit filed by the Nargiolet estate specifically mentions, because these waivers of liability, specifically where they mention death not once but 3 times, is a pretty big hurdle to overcome. But their argument is, yes, they knew there were risks. Yes, they knew these were uncertified vessels, but they did not know how risky this was. They did not know the extent of the risks they were facing. Had they been told specifically what was wrong or what was substandard with this vessel, they wouldn't have done it. And I believe that is a strong argument to make, and it's only being made stronger as more and more witnesses are called. David Lockridge's testimony, I think, was fantastic in this regard. Just all of these things he elicited, which we've talked about throughout, all of these problems, all of these weird things, like the air filter being a Home Depot plastic tub with a lid on it with some material stuffed inside and a computer fan to circulate the air. Things like that. If they would have known that, and the fact that their high pressure oxygen tanks are literally stored right next to unsealed, uncovered, unprotected batteries that can be sparky. This kind of stuff. If they would have known, would they have still gone on this? If they knew that they were in a death trap, would they have gone on this adventure? I absolutely believe this is providing some very, very good evidence for the plaintiffs in the civil suit against these people. Whether or not they ultimately recover any money is a different story, but I think they are having their claims bolstered very, very well by the evidence that's been presented. Man. So I apologize for lying and making you think this may have been boring. This has been 2.5 days of absolute weirdness. But a while ago we played the little jokey stream about the front falling off the vessel, and clearly it had problems because the front fell off, and ships are designed to not have the front fall off. Go back and watch that if you didn't see it. But the actual incident that came from was the Kirky. It was the Kirky. It was 1991 off the coast of Australia, which the literally the front end of the ship fell off, and the 20,000 tons of crude oil caught on fire. This is the scene of the actual vessel that had the front fall off. In case you're wondering, so yeah, it was funny and it was jokey, but this is actually like there is no front on this ship, and the oil is just pouring out into the ocean, and the ocean is literally on fire. And I think I'm going to cover this as a separate Maritime Monday incident. So this is some of the video of the Kirky with the front end that actually fell off this ship, and basically ignited the ocean. The ocean got on fire. So yeah, we'll probably cover that in a separate Maritime Monday one of these days. Did a wave break its back? That's apparently what happened. Was rough seas just cracked it, just broke its back and dropped the front. There is another ship from an oil tanker that had its back broken due to waves that I've played a couple of times. I can't, off the top of my head, I can't remember the name of the ship, or I'd search for it, but it's out there on YouTube. Jeff, have you ever talked about the Northumbria? I have not. That would be a good incident to talk about. That'll be a good thing to look at. All right, people, we are at an end here. We're we made it to the third tier of achievements. I missed that. Not only did we unleash the emotional support potato pig dog cams, not only did we reach the second achievement, which is your revenge for me holding the pig dogs behind a paywall, but we also got to the third achievement, which is just weirdness. For those of you who don't know, the third achievement, which we unlocked, is a shot of actual real absinthe. Yeah, so that's how we'll wrap up the show, with the shot of absinthe. Just straight, not chilled, no sugar. We'll wrap it up here. And again, we'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time, to cover the afternoon of day 3 and the morning session of day 4. And right now we're going to shut it down, and we're going to go on over to Recovery Addict and the day 4 of the Carly Gregg child accused of murder case. Before we go, I want to give a super special thanks to mods for sticking through all of this for 4 hours and 8 minutes. Thank you for doing your moddy best. And chat. The Vice Squad chat is hands down the single best chat on the entire YouTube platforms. Nay, the entire internet. You guys rock, and you make this all worthwhile and enjoyable. Thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much for the monthly membership gifts, for the monthly membership purchases, and thank you for just being here and talking to each other and keeping each other entertained and saying the things to each other that I just can't say while I'm streaming. You guys are super cool and super awesome. Thank you so very, very much. Now is your last chance to do me a super special favor and hit the subscribe and like buttons. We have 524 likes. 600 likes would be awesome here. If we can just get like 76 more likes in the next minute, that would be awesome. It takes zero effort, zero time, zero money. It's all free and very, very quick. Just hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. And if you are subscribed already, please make sure you're still subscribed. Our like and subscribe poll today, let's see how this turned out. Have we heard the worst of the testimony? 13% of you said no, but only a few more spicy things. 18% of you said no, but the shocks will be fewer. Getting closer, 19% of you said yes, it can't get worse. Literally 1 in 5 of you thought this couldn't get any worse. It got worse. but a full 50%, half of you said, oh, hell no, we're just getting started. You are the correct people. The 50% of you said, oh, hell no, we're just getting started. That's the correct answer. We have not heard the worst of the testimony. We're just getting started. Thank you very much again. One more time, Chad. I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate each and every one of you. Tell your friends about us. Bring your friends here. And next week, not tomorrow, but next week, we may have a super special guest or two to join us for one or 2 or 3 days. Just a spoiler alert. Perhaps we're talking. He's seeing if he can work it out in his schedule, but we may have Maritime Horrors channel here on our stream to sit and chill with us. If you watched any of the Maritime Monday streams, you'll know that Maritime Horrors has supplied a lot of the videos that we watch and react to and talk about for some of these accidents and these maritime incidents we talk to. But we may have Maritime Horrors himself on the channel, and I'm reaching out to some other people to see if we can get him on. That would be fun, just to have him sit and talk with us as we go through this. So stay tuned for next week. Hopefully we'll be able to work something out with Maritime Horrors and somebody else to have them here on the channel. All right, guys, go tell a recovery addict hi and watch that horrific trial that he happens to be covering. We'll see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern. That would be 8 p.m. my time, which would be midnight UK, and 9 p.m. Australia Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, everybody. Love you guys. Take care of yourself. And remember, never, ever forget that.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now. Good night, everybody. Or good day or good morning or wherever you happen to be.